You're alive, it says. I'm alive. When somebody shows up, give me a sound check, huh? That was Russian, Arnold. Slow down. There's no need to be in Russia. Come on. Hey, Jack. Hello. Somebody say sound check is, good. Say, I hear you, man. Or something. Hello. Saprikin. I remember your name. Sound is great. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So, in all that the sound is good here, what's up? What's up? Long cat? What's cracking? Hmm. Good to see you again, too. Pleromeretical? Pleromeretical. Yeah. What's a good topic, guys? What's a question or something to start with? Get to the topics. Just kidding. Ah. It's so early over here. It's dark out still. Getting a jump on it. Hello. How are you? Much love to you. What's up? What's going on, everybody? How can I be useful? Who wants the first question? What instruments would you want to get your kids? Wow. My youngest son, he shows proclivities, I would say, for like studio keyboard and sound mixing type stuff. So I want to, have enough funding, maybe through this venture or something in life, to where I could provide him with that stuff. Because I think he'd, like myself, he can really get into like sound mixing, and that kid can put headphones on even with a simple, low quality kind of a sound mixing studio setup, and he can concentrate for hours and days. And I've done that too in the past. So I see that in him. So I'd like him to have high quality stuff to work with sometimes, so he can see how amazing it is to have like a real sound mixer. A long time ago, I also had like a Karma keyboard. It was like a $3,600 keyboard or something way back then, and it was really awesome. The many different instruments and sounds you could bend and mix with it. So a couple things like that for him. My older son, not sure. He hasn't shown a particular interest towards this, a particular instrument. Maybe drums or something. I got some old drums. That's one thing I do have right now. Somebody gave me some old drums that are kind of worn out, but they still work. So they're fun to drum on by hand and stuff. So I'll see if I can get either one of the kids to, kind of get into that with me. But that's all I know so far. Good question, though. Thank you. I'm a little hyper, guys, because I just drank a bunch of cacao, and I haven't had any cacao since the last live stream I had some on. And before that, it was months. So this is the only, basically, I haven't had any for a long time. So it's a good way to wake up early in the morning, because otherwise I'd be sitting here like, it'd take me a couple hours to get going. I'm not exactly a morning person, but cacao can, help me get on it, hit the ground running. You're here from the Philippines. 5 days ago you arrived. Wow, far out. Very cool, very cool. Sounds exotic, man, to me. Hello, Scott O'Neill. How's it cracking, brother? Do I brush my teeth? Um, these days I don't really brush my teeth. I mostly just oil pull. I do have a toothbrush, and sometimes I'll throw like one of my wife's homemade mouthwashes or toothpaste in my mouth. Brush my teeth a little bit before I oil pull. Um, but that's not every day. But every day I do oil pull using castor oil, and it's done a better job of pulling things deeper from out of my gums and under my teeth. I mean, honestly, guys, I'm basically still pulling out plaque, bacteria, and junk that came from years and years of heavy meat eating because I used to eat more meat than everybody put together, you know. And a lot of those dead pieces of carcass got worked down into the gums, and then bacteria and plaque formed down deep under there. And this is why people end up getting, root canals and all kinds of stuff. I'm not saying meat is the only cause. There's junk food of many types, but for me, that's what it was. And I'm undoing that damage and getting all that plaque out from deep underneath there, as well as bacteria and stuff, because your teeth, the condition of your teeth and gums affects your whole body. In fact, plaque that starts in the mouth ends up in your entire circulatory system. And, if nothing else, eventually leads to a cardiac event if it goes that far, which it will if it's not corrected. Did you say I'm schizophrenic and black? I must be tripping. I'm trying to read sentences before they disappear off the screen. That's a strange sentence. It's like, is there a question? Thanks for sharing, I guess. Yeah, my sons do some detox too. Nothing super intense because they didn't have decades of buildup of all the same toxins, but we did live in a city house with really bad black mold and stuff. So since leaving there, we've done some detox on the kids, even up to the point of coffee enemas. Yes, they've done some pretty deep detox, and it's made a big difference. A big difference. You can see when you strip away a layer of something that's been hindering one of your kids, you can see their minds become more alert and free. Their mood becomes better, brain chemistry, nervous system. They start growing and developing better. Their skin clears up more. So, it's very different during developmental years than it is much later when you're already grown up and you've accumulated lots of toxins. But, the same principles apply, and it really is good to get them cleaned out too, so they can make better use of nutrition during their developmental years. I'm vegetarian due to empathy and love for living things. That's my main motivation. That said, when done right, it really is a better diet for human health as well. When done right, people in the box of society often miss the mark by a lot, and then others assume, oh, vegetarian's stupid. But, the things I've seen people try to do to be vegetarian or vegan are misinformed in many cases. A plant-based diet done right is super awesome. And there's a lot of plant-based diets not done right that are not so good. But that's my main motive. It's out of compassion, empathy. It's really more of a spiritual motivation. That's my primary reason. Because, well, anyway, enough said. There's a lot of questions coming in fast now. I got to try to keep up. I don't think raw cheese really helps you detox. I would say dairy of all foods is a completely anabolic growth formula. That's why a small cow gains hundreds and hundreds of pounds on it very fast. Whereas certain foods are cleansers, like raw fruit. Raw dairy is a really good builder, but dairy products tend to increase mucus. They increase kapha energy. If you look into the Ayurvedic doshas and understand what energies do, you realize something that's so heavily kapha is not a cleanser. It doesn't help you clean. It only helps you build. So no, I would not say raw dairy is cleansing. I'm not sure what an amanita mushroom is off the top of my head. I'm not an expert on the different names of types. Good morning. Panic attacks. There are many herbs that help with panic attacks. Do some research, educate yourself. You live in an information age. I mean, they're practically countless. I would build myself a stack of awesome nootropics to totally put my brain chemistry in a better state, or your friend's brain chemistry. Nature's real medicine cabinet is absolutely full of healthy things that will help with that. But people need to venture outside the box they've been trained to be inside of and start learning what real medicine is and start learning what's available in the real world before the real world is all burned down and made into burger joints. And there is no real world anymore. It's really important to get other people involved in this, not just me telling people what to do. People venturing out. The goal is not for me to give you a fish or give your friend a fish, because that'll do no good in the long run. The goal is for you to learn to fish. And of course, that's a metaphor because I don't kill any fish. I'm merciful to living things. So just apply that metaphor to herbalism and real medicine. Upper neck spasm? Not sure. Sounds like a nerve impingement somewhere. You might need some osteo type adjustments. Also, if you do the things that cause your body to reduce inflammation and swelling everywhere, it might go away on its own. I'd probably use maybe the things in my connective tissue formula as well as some deep tissue massage in that area. See if you can get it to go away. But it sounds like a nerve issue, and there's a huge number of us dealing with misaligned spine issues that are causing issues in other parts of the body, because any digit of your spine from the neck down to the tailbone that's slightly out of place pushes on nerves, and then those nerves interfere with the function of various organs in the body that they're tied to. So it's like the electrical harness of your whole body runs through your spine, and when anything's off even a little bit, it impedes the function of certain nerves and glands. So actually, a lot of people, my point here is that a lot of people would get a lot of improvement out of proper osteo adjustments, from like chiropractic type work. It's a field that humanity would do well to expand upon and get into more. Dates with almond butter? No, I would not mix fruits and nuts and seeds, because that's chaos for your digestive tract. Check out my basic food combination video. Fruit should never be eaten with anything but fruit, because it just ferments. When you mix fruit with a heavier food, the heavier food prevents the fruit from breaking down fast enough. It ferments in the gut, and then yeast and mold and sometimes bacteria breed. So a thing that would be healthy, fruit, a cleanser, becomes unhealthy when mixed with heavier foods. You can build some muscle with low protein if you're eating plenty of healthy carbs and stuff, yeah. And you can have high quality muscle. There will be a ceiling on how much muscle mass you can build, but if your goal is not to be as big as possible or whatever, you can certainly build high quality, very functional muscle on a low protein diet, assuming you're getting all the other right nutrients, like healthy carbs from healthy live foods for energy, for your body to use. And then your overall demand for amino acids is lower. So as long as you're covering your essential amino acids to some degree, and you're giving your body energy from other things besides protein, yeah, you can do quite well that way. You can be healthy and functional and strong pound for pound, for sure. No, I miss nothing from city life. There was nothing good there happening for me. So no, there's nothing to miss. I didn't say vegan diet is the best overall. No, ketogenic diet is not the best for reversing insulin resistance. It can actually make it worse over time. I say this from experience and research that's slowly coming out. It actually made my insulin resistance much worse and my blood sugar much higher over time, eating low carb and no carb ketogenic diets for decades. It often backfires, but you got to look into that research for yourself because a lot of people don't want to hear that when they subscribe to a certain idea. I would say a vegan diet can be excellent, but a vegetarian diet, it's easier to be excellent when you don't have a rule against like high quality dairy and eggs, at least once in a while, if it feels like your system needs them. Because there's a lot of people that can thrive pretty well vegan most of the time, but once in a while they might need a little something extra. And I just don't see why people should really have a rule against it. I mean, personally, to me, of course, we're taking care of our own chickens and ducks. It's a mutually beneficial thing. So, if I feel like I need some duck egg yolks or something, I've got them. But a vegan diet done really well can definitely be something a person can thrive on. I've done it for years at a time. It's just you need enough knowledge and you need the right supply of positive plant-based foods, and then you can thrive on it for sure. How to heal from gingivitis and periodontitis and all that. Yeah, you got to completely detoxify your body and rebuild your immune system so you're not entirely full of bacteria all the time, because bacteria binds to calcium and makes plaque. It makes things like gingivitis worse. Once you clean your body out enough and then use the things maybe in my connective tissue stack, you can regenerate teeth. I mean, I've done so. Just speaking from experience, not making medical claims. Yeah, Luch, I've answered about that 100,000 times. Totally tired of it. Not going to talk about him anymore. Did his old diet in the past for years. Know all about it. I did his diet decades before anybody else started talking about it, and eventually I moved on to better things. Ooh. Well, there's plenty of healthy oils you could try on your face if you're more on the dry side. Some people are more on the oily side. I don't know what to say to them. Face-wise, I run more on the dry side. So if I do anything for my face, it's like organic castor oil has been a big one. Just keeps my skin happy. But there's some other oil mixes my wife makes also that I really like. But that's it. The only thing I ever do is put some nice oil on my face to keep it from getting too dry. Well, if you Google Ayurveda, you probably will end up on some websites, ultimatum. I don't see how those are different things. There's some basic principles in Ayurveda people would do well to educate themselves on. You don't even have to be an expert to benefit a lot from Ayurveda. Even an amateur level of understanding, very, very helpful. That's why I recommend it to people quite often. The Ayurvedic system simplifies. In the Western world, all that's been done is every simple thing has been made so complicated, nobody can make a choice about anything anymore, from what I can see. And Ayurveda, the right brain side of the globe, does the exact opposite and takes all these things people have overcomplicated in the Western world to where they can't make a decision. And it simplifies them so much, it's impossible not to learn something from it and improve your life, if you just pay attention to the basic principles. How do I not get burned out doing this much with this many people? It's a good question. And as an empath, I do get burned out sometimes. So it's self-regulation. It's a thing I've learned over time. I have to tend to my own electrical system and get myself in the right state. And then I can do a lot of this. I can help a lot of people by email. I can help a lot of people in the threads. I can help a lot of people by videos, live streams, and in real life, we do things where, we really help our neighbors and put time and effort in and stuff. And you know what, guys, by getting rid of massive conflicts in my life that I hadn't gotten rid of, that I put up with for a long time, and eliminating those kind of stumbling blocks from one's own life, when you practice what you preach over time, you can become a lot more efficient and effective. That said, there are times where I need a break. In fact, you could even, if you have a good eye for it, you could watch these live streams and you'll notice that towards the end of some of them, I start to get impatient And that's when I got to cut it off. It's like before I get impatient and start being hard on the very people I'm trying to help, because I'm coming to the end of my allotment of peaceful energy for that day or whatever, that like there's a good point to call it, and tend to myself and rebalance. So it's learned through a lot of experience, you could say. Insults, what do I say about insults? Not much. I tend to ignore them. I mean, if you feed a troll, it'll just make more noise. If you ignore it, it'll go elsewhere and throw monkey turds at somebody else, that'll play a game with it. So basically, don't say anything. Why feed it? I have important things to concentrate on. And if somebody's just here to troll, they don't deserve to take the attention away from those of you that are here for the right reasons. So basically, they just get filtered and looked over and ignored, so I can stay focused on where I can plant seeds that might make a difference, So I'm here to focus on the better soil, not to waste seeds on the dry concrete. God bless you too, friend. How did you identify your Ayurvedic dosha? Well, I don't have one. I'm pretty tridoshic myself, but I just learned about the energies, and I look at how they apply to different things in life, different times of day, different foods I eat, different practices, how all these things affect those doshas. And after a while, you start to see it all around you everywhere, because they simplified it into 3, which is amazing. You take thousands and thousands of things that everybody else is overwhelmed with in the Western world, a reductionistic system that makes everybody confused and dependent. You divide them all into 3 basic energies and start practicing the principles. And it gets real simple. Like if I'm dealing with too much of this, I know that this is getting out of balance, and here's some things I can do to shift it that direction. And sure enough, it works. So Ayurveda, like I say, even an amateur understanding of it, which is all I have. I only got into an amateur level because I've learned so many different systems, and I'm only taking parts of that one and combining it with other things. But just learning about the 3 doshas and how to see them in nature and see them in yourself and see them in different choices you make in practices. And then you can start balancing and adjusting as you recognize what's getting out of control and how do you like to redo the balance within yourself or within your life. It's actually kind of easy and simple. And that's just made a lot of difference. And things like that can prevent disease, just rebalancing your energies, recognizing an imbalance and knowing how to do something about it before it becomes a chronic condition over time. Yeah, my advice, Willem, is the first 3 videos on my health topics playlist. That's what it's there for. It's there for most people's conditions, including that one. I can't tell anybody what to do, just telling you what I would do. No, I don't use sunscreen. Check out my video on how sunscreen is toxic and better alternatives. It's on the health topic playlist. Yeah, with just a headache above the brow and no other information, it's a little reckless for me to say much about that, my friend. I'd have to have a few other factors to start honing in on what might be the cause. I don't want to be reckless and guess based on very little information. Good morning in Germany, friend. Thoughts on depression? Well, check out the consciousness playlist. There's a lot of thoughts on depression there so far. More than thoughts, really. I need to be in low net carbs with fasting, ? Well, fasting means like no carbs for a certain amount of time. You take carbs, fats, or proteins, you're not fasting. You broke the fast. Your body is now digesting, which takes its energy and puts it on digesting instead of all the things it does during a fast. That said, you can definitely eat a plant-based diet and do fasting. You just allot a certain amount of time to the fasting part of it. But yes, most people's thyroid, insulin sensitivity, and so forth is only getting chronically worse over time by eating a very unnatural diet of I'm not saying ketogenic has no benefits and no place in a person's life, but normal fasting does all that. Not You don't have to be a corpse eater to achieve the benefits of a ketogenic reality. A ketogenic thing should really only be temporary anyway, and that's what one of the things that occurs with basic real fasting. But when you are eating, if you're eating plant foods with the kind of carbs that your body's meant to run on, it actually teaches your body to become more sensitive to those things again. Your thyroid can speed up, your insulin sensitivity can improve. But I'm talking about natural, organic, non-GMO plant foods, which admittedly are harder and harder to find for a lot of people in society, and that's on purpose. Anytime somebody's doing their best to destroy that which is good for you, I mean, you can feel victimized and frustrated, and that's understandable, but you got to ask yourself why. Why is there an information war and a chemical war against healthy plant foods for human beings? Think about it. Yeah, I've used kefir and fermented products, of course, man. When I say I've done every diet, I'm not kidding. Those are basic things, basic fermented foods. Yeah, of course. If you're right about your doshas, Weasel, follow Ayurvedic advice for how to take care of those. I'm not an Ayurveda teacher. I'm just a guy who points to the basic principles of it, because having a grasp on those and combining it with other things you do to understand and manage your own health better makes a big difference. Because we could talk about, like, the Western model. We could talk about molecules and how different things work cellularly, and I do talk about that kind of stuff. And we can talk about nutrition and detox and some of these foundational amazing things, but we're still not talking about personal individual energy balance. For example, for those listening and curious about Ayurveda, okay, if you're dealing with an out of balance sort of vata energy, raw vegetables and raw fruits can actually make it worse, even though they're full of live enzymes and electrical energy, and they detoxify and all these good things. They can create an imbalance that gets worse and worse in certain people over time. So when you see these vegans that have glowing skin and they're super skinny and hyper, and over time they get kind of way out of balance on their vegan diet of nothing but a little bit of fruit and a lot of hyperness and whatever, that's a person who's actually managing to use healthy foods to slowly damage themselves over time because they have no energetic balance. They're becoming more and more ungrounded. So by understanding doshic balance and being able to monitor that about yourself, you realize there's a lot of different types of healthy foods and things that work in different ways, prepared different ways, and you start to hone in on what works best for you and why and when. Instead of acting like, nutrition works the same for everybody, which it doesn't. Even all the plants in nature have different tendencies as far as how they push a dosha one way or the other, and other things like preparation. The difference between like cooked vegetables and raw is huge as far as how it affects your energetic balance of what it's better for in a human body and mind. So people got to study these things for themselves. I'm not sitting here recklessly giving haphazard Ayurvedic advice, especially when most people like to have an identity. They say, this is my dosha. But one thing you don't realize is maybe you've assessed yourself accurately right now, but that doesn't mean that that's innately who you are or who you're meant to be or anything. That's just talking about where the balance is right now. And as you get better at it, you realize the goal is not to be a dosha, because any of them by themselves is out of balance. The idea is how to best tend to all three within yourself. Looks maxing is disgusting. It's preying on the insecurity of the masses and getting tons and clicks and views and just taking advantage of people's pathetic conditioning of their consciousness, and it's puke worthy, to be honest with you. That's my take on looks maxing. It's really, really sad. And people get all mad at me. They come on here, looks max me, bro. And when I try to tell them it's sad and they deserve better than to believe such things, they start talking crap. basically, because it's their religion, unfortunately, and it's very, very sad. No, I haven't read Schopenhauer or Dostoevsky. I haven't read most people, guys. I haven't read much in the last 20 years, to be honest. I mostly read from the ether, whatever the creator will share with me. And I share what seems relevant with others, and I do it in trust and faith. Yeah, check out my connective tissue video, Nero. How to bulletproof connective tissue. It's got some real important points in there on that topic that people just don't talk about in fitness because they haven't seen it, apparently. I get omega-3s from flax. Yes, I believe in high-dose antioxidants, but full spectrum, wide variety from real foods, not like something you buy in a container, a single antioxidant, and you just overdose it all the time. That's probably better than no antioxidants, but a single antioxidant. Now, vitamin C is okay because it's a generic electron donor, meaning your body can change it into other forms of electrons that it needs. Vitamin C is generic. Liposomal vitamin C, high dose, long period would do a lot of people a lot of good. But for the most part, as a general understanding, the real idea would be to get a wide variety of antioxidants from what people call superfoods, which in society, that's one thing. Out here in the real world, it just means real foods, like everything we grow here is a superfood. But a wide variety of antioxidants at high level does amazing things for the human body. It's really the way you were designed to operate, protect you from cellular DNA mutation and damage and breakdown, i.e. what they call aging. It's to protect the DNA and keep it flourishing. So yes. Oh, a donation. Thank you. I don't know what C. Oh, that's dollars. I do understand that one. Ha 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 ha. Thank you, friend. Tonguea. Hey, Bo, it's late here, so I can't stay long, but can you go a bit into the power of manifestation guidance for those that struggle with comparison? Well, those are two very different things. Let me try. Which one to start with? Comparison, manifestation. So manifestation, strange topic. I see a lot of people teach it like it's some selfishness ego hack you can just do. And there's a danger there because there are negative entities in the world that do give worldly power and things and bribes to those that are willing to go down that path. The problem is, by the time you end up in a high position on that path, you're not even you anymore, and you lost your soul and something else took over your body and your life. So that's very dark, deceptive, and nasty. As far as positive manifestation, if you have the faith of a mustard seed, you can move a mountain. I would say that if you find something in alignment with the will of the actual creator, and I've experienced this, like miraculous physical healings, and you're able to actually have the faith to truly expect it, it does occur. It happens. I had a new eardrum, a completely new eardrum, where the other one was completely gone and destroyed. Not a hole, not a tear. I mean, gone, melted from disease. A folded scab on the bottom of the inside of my ear. And on day 3, I had the whole thing come back overnight. A new eardrum that was actually slightly inside the other one. I went from having air leaking out of my head and a gaping hole to a completely new eardrum overnight. That's one example. That was on a past channel where I actually told people, let's manifest this together through faith. And I believe it'll happen. And I'm putting my butt on the line in front of everybody here, because if it doesn't, I'm just going to look like a fool. But at the time, I actually felt it. I had the faith for it. And it happened. Now, I can't prove it to anybody. Anybody could say that's fake, and I have magical equipment to fake, pictures of a broken eardrum and a real eardrum and all this. And I don't know who believed it and who didn't, but it was real. And I've had bigger healings than that. So in my experience, if what you're manifesting is actually in alignment with the nature of the true creator, and you have the faith for it, it'll happen. Then there's a lot of things people try to manifest that are very much about their ego and their own selfishness. And if something helps you manifest that, you're on a different path. Okay. So be careful. Be careful what it is you're seeking to manifest and what your motives actually are. Okay. Because that's going to determine what interacts with you from the unseen, from the causal plane. This is the effect plane. So you're looking to make a difference from the causal plane, the spiritual, the so-called non-physical, what you don't see, but it's the cause of all this. So just be careful what your motives are. And then as far as comparison, yeah, comparisons are the death of joy, as my friend Johnny Apple shreds. Super talented musician, awesome guy. Love you, brother, if you hear this. Anyway, comparisons. Comparisons suck for every kind of reason. We could start with logic. Let's not even use the wisdom of the heart. Let's start where everybody's more trying to be affluent because they think everything's in the mind. Let's talk logic for a second. What good does it do to compare when nobody is starting out in the same situation with the same so-called karma, with the same setup, with the same obstacles, with the same tendencies, with the same support system or lack thereof, with the same funding or lack thereof, with the same opportunities in their path or lack thereof, with the same energies pushing upon them and from within them? Nobody is starting from the same place, and nobody's even aiming in the same direction, even if they think they are. So how in any sane version of anything does it make even the slightest inkling of sense to ever compare one to another? It doesn't. It's absolute idiocy. And honestly, maybe it helps to recognize that if you choose to waste your time in comparison, like the whole internet and your phone is telling you to do all day, you are literally choosing to just participate in stupidity. And it's a guarantee that it's distracting you and frustrating you and keeping you far off from any authentic path that you came into this world to live. That's the truth about comparison. Now, the upside, if you look at something and it makes you, let's play with this word carefully. If it makes you jealous, not envious, because envy is that nasty thing where people try to diminish others and lie about them and bring them down, and all this nonsense I see people doing. But a positive version of, say, jealousy that might, like the reason a younger sibling learns to do something at a younger age than an older sibling because they got jealous. Like he's riding a bicycle and they learn how to do it at a younger age. See, what I'm saying here, the type of comparisons in life that actually motivate you for something you do have a passion for. For example, when I see somebody that's way ahead of me in something I do care about, I get inspired, I get interested, I get more alive inside. And it's a good thing, it's a positive thing. But when you're looking at things that make you feel pouty and victimized and jealous and all that, that is a very, very unproductive thing to be doing with your consciousness. So be careful, be very careful with comparisons, because first of all, they're completely irrelevant. Nobody came into this world for the same life. So if you use them wisely. If you have a genuine passion for something and you see somebody who's ahead of you at it, you'll actually be positively motivated. It'll inspire you. It'll give you energy and get you going. But any kind of bitterness or pettiness or jealousy or frustrated, whatever, drop it and move on. That's an unproductive thing to be comparing anything to. It's irrelevant to you, and you're just hurting your own consciousness for nothing in that case. Hopefully that helps. Those things come from experience and observation. Yeah, I'd say that Ogvizant. I'd say that's a good description of it. Yeah, people call it the Akashic Records. I mean, that's a word for it. To me, I know that terminology, but to me, just organically, before I matched it with that terminology people use, I just called it the ether, the thing that's even smaller than air that's all around us. It's like the force, I perceive that there's infinite information in particles or non-particles so small that can't even be seen with a microscope, and they're everywhere. There's infinite intelligence. So the question is, what am I adjusting and tuning my own internal receptors and radio to at any given time? And therefore, what am I tapping into? So based on my energy, convictions, intentions, and so forth, that entirely affects and changes what it is I'm picking up on that's around us, So for a situation like this, where I'm here to be of service to others, I just put it in trust to God, the creator. Hey, whatever it is that comes through today, whatever this ends up being, just let it be in the best interest of all involved. And then I let all the pressure go. I feel no pressure now. There's no pressure on me. And honestly, when you can do that, your ego gets in the way a lot less and better things happen because it's an act of faith instead of an act of effort on my part, you know? Mm, definitely. Peak, peak awe. Definitely. Yeah. Yeah. I'm missing various body parts and I function better than anybody I have even heard of at this point, but I don't want to sound like I'm making big claims. But yes, it's very possible. Yeah, of course, I've looked into it. I've done a whole lot of heavy metal chelation. Check out my health topics playlist. Okay, my cellular detox type stuff is way deeper and more full spectrum than what you've seen elsewhere. Covers, heavy metal chelation and everything else. And it is important because in society, you're getting all kinds of industrial heavy metals in you, along with many other problems: mold, bacteria, yeast, fungus, parasites, nanotech, etc. But I address all that with my detox stuff. Hear the name Joe Dispenza, not familiar. Don't follow other men. Don't know. Don't know how to reference all these other people that you guys asked me about. Basically, God is my tutor. Whoever's trending out there, honestly, I couldn't care less. I'm over here on my own path, being taught from the source. I'm not following or imitating other men, or I would really have nothing to offer you guys because it would all be coming from the same little echo chamber that your own confusion is already coming from, I have to be coming from well outside that, or I wouldn't even have anything to offer the world that it isn't already confused with. And I'm not saying anything about that individual because I have no idea what they even do. I don't talk about individuals or speculate, but I have my own authentic course, and I share from it what I can with the world, bits and pieces that I know people need to pick up on for their own benefit. Yeah, mixing fruit with dairy, again, totally crazy. Those are opposites. Cacao is a nut and a seed. That's digestive tract havoc, Willem. It's amazing because people always take like really high quality foods, but then they put them together and they undo the benefits of each. It's like humans are somehow so separated from the idea that from just eating one positive thing at a time and letting your body properly utilize it, because everybody's been taking things from the four corners of the earth and shoving it all in their body gluttonously. Like all cultures have these dishes that are cultural and everybody's all weirdly emotional attached to it, like their food is their religion. And all of them combine a bunch of things you shouldn't be combining. It's just gluttonous destruction for the body. And people hate when you challenge their traditions, but it's the simple truth. If people want to know the truth and suffer less, that's the truth. It destroys a lot of the value of the fruit, the cacao, and what was the other thing you had in there? The fermented dairy or whatever. All these things could have advantages by themselves, big advantages. But when you put them all together like that, you're undoing the advantages and creating chaos out of it. And that's the common practice. You'll see health gurus doing it all over the place, putting everything in a blender. Oh, all these healthy things, let's just put it all together and liquefy it. And that, because people know nothing about digestive food science, because it's largely hidden and obscured because there's no money in it. In fact, there would be loss of money, massive loss of money for the medical system if people knew about proper food combinations. There'd be massive loss of money through mental control too, because people's minds would work better. So it's a hidden science and an art, but it's very significant. A donation. Thank you, Joel. What can I do for you, friend? What is the greatest piece of advice you would have for 27-year-olds struggling with distractions, inconsistency, hypervigilance, nervous system sensitivity? Okay, Joel. 27. I can't really speculate too much about how much of your life you've got under your own control at this point. You are going to need enough sovereignty of time and space to create yourself a safe space. So when you tell your inner child it's now safe and you go back and start rewriting your own past to take away the trauma, you can't be lying to your inner child. So you can't be in the same environment with the same influences around that caused the trauma and go back and fix your inner child. It won't work. So what I'm saying is you need to make sure that you get your life to a situation where it is actually a safe space, that you've created the proper boundaries you need for healing. And then you can go back and be the proper parent, guardian, teacher, guide, etc., to the child in you that got traumatized, that caused all that hypervigilance and nervous system disorder. And you can rewrite it and start changing it. Okay. And remember, hypervigilance, it's hard on your nervous system, but some of the traits you gain from it will always be useful in life. Because if you have true hypervigilance, chances are in scramble situations or emergency or tough situations, at least this is how it's affected me. I'm profoundly good in an emergency, guys. When the shit hits the fan and everybody else is panicking and everything's going completely nuts, I actually calm down and get focused. Everything just flows into place for me in those moments. So it's amazing how something that's kind of a defect in a lot of aspects of life can be a huge benefit and can make you laser sharp in significant situations that need it. So I think ideally learning how to have a healthy nervous system and to not be in hypervigilance mode all the time when it's not the right mode to be in, that's what you need to do for you. But just keep in mind that hypervigilance, however much practice you have scrambling to survive under incredible pressure, it does make you better at things, at certain things in life that are very key. And you might be, especially as you tend to your own health and well-being over time, you might find that when the crap really hits the fan, you can actually focus better. Like those distractions go away, the ADHD goes away, and you can actually calmly deal with what's going on right in the middle of the storm when everybody else doesn't know what to do and they all freeze up and start panicking because they haven't dealt with scrambling to survive from a young age as much as you have. Okay. So a gift is a curse and a curse is a gift. You need to learn to take care of your own boundaries and safety and healing and space so you can tend to yourself and be ready and be healthy. But also don't regret the hypervigilance because it does make you talented in certain areas that can be very crucial in life. You can be a great asset when you learn to take good care of yourself, okay? Yeah, I monetized the channel, guys. I monetized the channel. So there's ads in the live stream now, I guess. I guess that's how that works. The thing is, back in the day when if you didn't monetize the channel, there was no commercials. I was just going to keep it non-monetized forever so I could have awesome music and zero commercial interruptions, and who cares, it was going to be really cool. But then that went away and there was ads all over it anyway. And I'm like, well, if there's going to be ads all over it anyway, and my kids could use a better future, I might as well get paid some money since somebody's putting all these ads all over this stuff anyway, So I apologize, commercial interruptions. I know it's kind of annoying. But these things are on recording. And a lot of times, sooner or later, somebody timestamps these massive live streams so a person can, get to what they want more quickly and accurately. So I apologize for the commercials. It's just a part of reality, apparently, in social media. Regardless, it's unavoidable. In order to give my kids a better future, I went ahead and monetized the channel because that contributes. And I apologize for any inconvenience and annoyance or distraction. But remember, everything's here is recorded. So if something distracts you, you can come back to it and re-listen until it makes sense, Yeah, that's very productive. Do not. What a person focuses on right before they fall asleep has a profound impact on their life. That's one of those times when the subconscious, superconscious, the big mind, the big ocean that exists somewhere in you or around you or behind you that basically controls your life is much more susceptible to influence, is right before you're falling asleep. So unlike what a lot of people do, falling asleep, stressing over all the same comparisons and anger and outrage and whatever they were programmed with by social media all day, so they could feed the slave matrix using their own battery to manifest this slave system. If you take more sovereignty over your consciousness and actually put some really powerful positive suggestions into it right before you fall asleep, you get a lot of bang for your buck. That's a really good thing to do. I'm glad you're doing the rebounding, tree mail. Huge health hack. That's awesome to hear. Hello, Fast Turtle. That's a cool name. I'm not beating up anybody in fights, friend. No need to do it. I mean, unless I really did, if somebody really comes here and threatens my family. The rest of that's just childish locker room talk, and I don't want to even get involved with it. Tough talk on the internet. People talking like they're gonna do what? Anybody talking tough guy beating people up in social media is ridiculous. It's ridiculously cowardly, empty nonsense for little children making noise, and it's embarrassing. And it proves that they have, well, anyway, I'm not even going to get into it. Okay, hey, a donation. Hey, Vayasan? Sorry. What can I do for you? If you download from God Ether, would you say that is your goal on this channel, to help people heal themselves and align to more readily do the same? Yeah, that's one of the big goals here. Absolutely. Not everybody is a born spiritual channeler, but all humans can learn to listen, for lack of better words, to the Creator, and all humans should be able, ideally, if we're gonna have a golden age where God walks among men, that's what it means. It means you become the lantern, you become the temple of the living God. And the only way that's going to happen with people is if they can perceive the infinite Creator within themselves and make more alignment with that, so that light can glow and grow and make a bigger difference. So yes, that's one of the big things here, for sure. Awesome question. Thank you for the donation, by the way. Thank you. My family really, really appreciates this kind, supportive network, helping us in life, showing us support. It's amazing. It's amazing. Oh, that's good to hear. 47. I'm honored and humbled to get to be of use in your life, my friend. Much love. Thank you for the feedback. Did my temples fill in? I don't even know what that means. Fill in? You mean hair? Oh, hair regrowth? Yeah, man. In the hair video, I explained it. I explained the timeline and the process and how everything went for me, guys. I did my best to explain it slowly and clearly. People keep asking me the same questions. I don't know what else to say, So I recorded a video about it. And there's many more things I've learned since then that can help with hair regrowth. It just turns out I didn't need that much, because my consciousness was so clear and it was an act of faith, and I acted on what I was given at the time. It worked for me, whereas now, if people consult me about hair regrowth, I give them more things to do than what I did. But that video just is an honest telling of the tale of how I regrew my hair. That's all it is. Thank you, my friend. Saprakin. Do we live in thanks for the donation, brother. I have no idea how much that is, but thank you. Do we live in a simulation? Could one word it that way? What do you think about cloning and other hidden science exists? What is the meaning of life for you? We don't live in a simulation, but I mean, in principle, certain things about this life are sort of like a simulation. And I think that's how some people come to that conclusion. But man, once again, is putting bigger things into a smaller image. Man built computers, he built simulations, and then he starts fantasizing that his existence is the same thing, that he's just inside of a bigger computer or something. Like I say, there are certain principles about this reality that work sort of like some of the simulations humans have built, but that's not because you're actually in a simulation. But that said, if it helps a person to think of it like a simulation, if they use that thought process productively, sure, call it a simulation. I don't care, you know. Cloning, yeah, cloning's been around a long time. There's all sorts of versions of it. Most of the meat people are eating these days is cloned from things like tumors, for example. Cloning's nuts. By the time you hear about anything that is exposed, it's already been going on for 50 or 100 years. That's the way everything that gets revealed is. There's cloned people, there's all kinds of things. What is the meaning of life for me? An infinite consciousness made individuated aspects of itself with free will to develop throughout time and space, like prodigal children, to become better companions so that it didn't have to just be all by itself through all eternity. That's a very brief summary of one of the bigger meanings of life. But if you think about it, it's beyond profound. Hey, thank you for the donation, Joel. You inspire me, my friend. Thank you. And my family. Thank you for the feedback, the kindness. I really appreciate it, guys. I really do. The feedback really helps, you know. A lot of my life, because of the way things were in the world, no matter what I did, I treated myself like crap and believed that I was crap, no matter what I did for others. So slowly learning to receive support and recognition, but not depend on it, but also accept it, that people can actually be supportive and appreciative towards me. It's therapeutic and it's healthy and it's a positive interaction and exchange. And you guys are just as important as I am in this exchange. And I just want you to know I really appreciate it. And when people give me feedback of what is helping and how, that's good, because I take mental notes. And over time, I use the patterns I recognize to figure out how to be more overall effective in what I'm conveying and how I'm conveying it. So your feedback not only helps me, it's helping others, you know. So I appreciate it, guys. Any feedback about what helps and why helps me hone in on how to better communicate and be more useful overall to people. So you're doing a service to others as well. Preserving and transmuting the desire to procreate. Yeah, people talk about all that, and I know sexual energy converts to various things, creative energy and so forth, and I'm sure I do a lot of that, but it's not, I never spent time thinking about that or trying to make some mental system out of it or, you know, anything like that. I think that those are just natural things, and people are using their various energies the way they do, but it's not, I don't think about it from that angle specifically very often, to be honest with you. $47, been through all kinds of hell, and what you're doing is noble. I would say use the things on the health playlist here to help yourself survive and thrive long enough to achieve what it is you're looking to do there. That's how I had to do it. The world was trying to kill me, carrying too many burdens, and I needed to carry them to ever get out of the slave system. So I had to strengthen myself enough to make it out. Guys, most of the things on the health playlist, I don't even require at this point. But I put them there because where you guys are at, you need them. That's the only way I made it this far, was by compensating for the amount of things that were doing a war on human DNA and consciousness. So that's basically how I construct the health playlist. Is here's how I made it out of health and financial debt that I was born with. I was born with so many genetic problems. I died. I had to have multiple surgeries. I was born in a financial slave system like the rest of you. I've been digging my way out of negative territory for a very long time to get to positive territory. It is possible, but you got to strengthen and fortify yourself along the way. So many things trying to kill you, stop you, keep you enslaved and weak and sick, independent and apathetic can't do so. Just to clarify on some of what this channel is about and why, you know. So very good question. Thank you. You're very welcome. KYZ builds. You're very welcome, friend. It is possible to send psychic messages. Anybody can have some effect on each other, but there's a rare thing called a mind projector, which I am. And I was warned about it because it's dangerous. I was warned by, You could call them angels if you prefer that term. It's a very, very rare spiritual gift. And it means that not only am I a true empath in the sense that everybody's information enters me, whether I like it or not, I can do the reverse. And I can help people or hurt them based on how I'm thinking about them and feeling about them. That's mental projection. That's a rare version of it. It's extra amped up, but all human beings can affect each other remotely. Yes. Yes. That's a normal thing because you're actually all parts of the same nervous system. You're individuated parts, but you're actually existing in the same greater nervous system. So yes, information is passed from one to another at the subconscious level all the time. So as we become more mindful of this as a species, we can, I mean, I'll tell you this, guys. I'll tell you part of how being a mind projector has worked in my life. Once I learned to stop hurting people with it, I was informed about negative karma. I don't know if I should admit this, but there were people in the past that did horrible things to me. I physically distanced myself from them so I wouldn't hurt them. But the problem was I was so enraged and so hurt, and the amount of emotional energy and consciousness energy affected them remotely. And I can think of 2 examples where they didn't live through it. And after I was shown this, it was sort of terrifying at first, but I decided I better start using it in the opposite way, which caused me to have to grow a lot spiritually because my own struggles and misery are not insulated. Therefore, I have to truly forgive, and I have to get over things and heal from things and not be resentful and not hold on to bitterness, because I don't want to hurt people, even if I'm super mad at them. I had the sense to physically distance myself, but I didn't realize I was still hurting people. And that's a very rare thing. But everybody has that effect on each other to some degree or another. Hope I don't regret mentioning that. But it's a good question. Massages are positive? Well, that depends. I mean, what kind of massage and why? They should be, if done right, yeah. Deep tissue work can have all kinds of healing effects on people. So yeah, I mean, they can be, but there can be weird pervert lust and all kinds of stuff in the massage industry. Again, guys, it's like, is the internet good or bad? Are people good or bad? Well, it's free will universe. Like it's how you use it. It's what you do with it. It's not that the thing itself is good or bad. It's what you do with it. Yeah, back pain could come from a lot of different things, friend. Could be kidneys and liver congestion, could be arthritic, could be muscular, could be nervous system, probably is nervous system since everything is. But, I'd have to kind of know more about your situation before I could say much, because I don't want to inaccurately speculate. What would I want to be rebirthed as? I don't really want to be rebirthed. I'm tired of this planet, to be honest with you. I mean, I wish it well and all, but kind of tired of being birthed, to put it lightly. Rather move on to, a higher plane. But until I'm truly ready for that, I need to stay engaged in what I'm here for. Okay, good to hear that, Chili. That's good that you can tap into that, feel it, and use it. I understand what you're describing there. Some people can, some people can't, based on how I'm explaining this, that, and the other. But if you've made a connection there and it helps you with it's almost like an extra paddle, to your boat or whatever you want to call it. But thank you for the feedback. I'm glad you can tap into that and kind of flow with that energy in it and use it, in your own situation. Egregore or servitor? No, I don't mess around with ego magic nonsense like that. I interact with the ultimate creator of things. I'm not interested in any of that. I don't know. Rams, does it? I mean, why are you doing it? What's your true motive? Is it just an imitation of a look or something you're looking for? It may affect you that way eventually, but in and of itself, I can't tell you. How to deal with heavy emotions after getting unjustly beat up? Well, I've taken every type of beating in life and lots of them. And I was an emotional cripple for the longest time, but I'm starting to think that eventually, if you do the right work, that flips around and you become the strongest or the wisest emotionally, I hope, because that's always been the weak leg of my table. Super strong mentally and physically, and I think even spiritually overdeveloped. Not overdeveloped, but almost as a compensation. Emotional area has been my weak point, my blind spot my whole life. So I don't know if I'm an expert on that. The emotions hurt. What wisdom can you make of it? Also, remember, if you were unjustly beat up, if that means that you were actually just in the situation and you got mistreated unjustly, then rejoice. Because like Yeshua would say, for being righteous, you get punished and hurt in this world. Rejoice. It means your reward is greater in heaven, See, spiritually, it's almost always the opposite. You'll almost, this world is so upside down that the physical worldly interpretation of things is almost always the opposite of the spiritual truth of things. But you can't have that spiritual truth unless you choose that over the worldly illusion narrative of it. So you could rejoice or you can be bitter and struggle with it, and you may flip back and forth on that, but you can see that there are two different paths. Hey, thank you, Marco. Thanks for the donation and the support, friend. What can I do? Do I have any tips for getting rid of my cold? I have it all year round. Winter, summer makes no difference. Brother, you got to clean out your body. You got to use I'm not telling anybody what to do. What I would do, I would use the first video on my detox list to do a complete body overhaul. I would rebuild my gut lining. It's the first 3 videos on my health topics playlist. You should not be living forever infected. That means your body's so polluted and your immune system's so damaged and you got so much leaky gut, your body can never really get above board. You need a complete health overhaul, and that's what the health topics playlist is for, especially if you master the things in the first 3 videos. You won't have a cold anymore, and a whole bunch of things in your life will be upgraded from where they are now. Whoa. Thank you, at 4 hours. Thank you very much. Wow. I don't know what NOK is, but thank you for the donation and the support. Hey, Rubik, thank you as well, friend. You got a question? What are the best moments to train the mind to make it more disciplined? I experience a lot of mental struggle every time I try to push myself towards cleaning or working out. Okay, that's the moment. When the distraction pushes you away, this is your opportunity for discipline in the moment. Okay? There's not some easy way to do it, when it's easy, because that won't do anything. When you're dealing with a distraction is when you need to discipline your own mind. You need to understand that you can. You need to understand that you're not your mind. It's just something to observe. And you can tend to your own mind and take care of it and train it to work differently over time. And now you're operating from your spirit when you're doing that. You see your mind is just a tool, and you're redirecting the use of that tool. You are now training your mind, and you're untraining it from all the dysfunctional patterns it picked up in this world. So in the moment, when you're struggling with distraction, learn to not be frustrated by it. Learn to not feel defeated, because those are narratives that are making you fail. Your program, if you think, oh, it's so hard, I can't, discipline my mind. If you keep feeding your subconscious that, your subconscious is going to keep making it true, and it's going to always seem so hard. But if you start telling yourself it's no big deal, this just requires mindfulness, observing the mind, retraining it in the moment when you notice it's distracted. It's like, no mind, let's focus. No mind, let's focus. It's almost like training a dog. It keeps running. Nope, come back. We're doing this, Tend to it in the moment when it's having those struggles. And if you want to go deeper and figure out which subconscious root beliefs and philosophy of life have you so distracted and stressed that you feel like you can't discipline or focus your own mind? That's the deeper work, is what's going on in the subconscious. What are the root philosophies that make it so hard to concentrate in life? What has you so nervous and flighty? So two things. Consciously, you observe and discipline and redirect your mind repeatedly in the present when it's dealing with distraction. And number two, you look for the traumas rooted in and whatever beliefs they're rooted to that trained you to feel and experience like it's so hard to have control over your own mind. And you go back and take away the trauma and replace it with something better. And if there's elements in your life that are unhealthy, that are constantly making it hard for you to focus, you got to create boundaries and safety from those, so you can create a safe space with enough sovereignty of your own time and space that you can actually tend to your own mind. Another thing to remember is maybe you don't like cleaning. I know I don't. It's not my favorite thing. I do it because I need to clean some things here and there. Working out is one of these things where some of us love it. Like, it doesn't require me discipline. It would be harder not to. So I do it because I love it, so the discipline comes natural. Some people are trying to work out because they want a certain image, or they think if they look a certain way, they're going to get the respect or the love they didn't get in life or whatever, but you don't actually love it. So working out is just work. If that's the case, you want to kind of minimalize and just make it a healthy part of life, but recognize it for what it is. If you don't have a true passion for it, some basic fitness and some basic time dedicated to working out will pay off well, especially when well designed. Like, I can give people, 3-minute workouts that would get them in better shape than most people ever get in. So it kind of depends when it comes to that, whether it's something you have a real passion for or not. And if not, I would just give it a proper place in life so that better health and fitness would serve the other areas of life. But I wouldn't try to make too big of a thing out of something that's not really something you have an authentic passion for, because you want to find the things you do have a wellspring of passion for in life and have a lot of passion to put into it. That said, some minimal time put into some intelligent workouts just makes anything you do in life that much easier. So these are things to consider, Spirit ultimatum, your spirit ultimately. A mind is just a condition, a temporary condition of the human experience, what you call the mind currently. There's always mind, there's always consciousness, but the human consciousness is limited for good reason, and it's a temporary condition. And if you over-identify with it, you can't even do anything to help it, because you're just lost in an illusion. Physical beauty, I mean, you could say it's superficial, but it's also representative of a deeper creative beauty. So it depends on what eyes you're looking at it with and how deep you're seeing it from. That said, there are spirits that are beautiful that don't happen to have a beautiful body right now because, something interrupted that process. Like, I was born with Hirschsprung's disease and some other problems. And, that genetic damage came from decisions and experiences from people that came before me. I must have signed up for it. But what I'm saying here is there's nature and there's nurture. Not everyone looks just like what people speculate about, how much the physical follows the spiritual, and it does. I watched my physical appearance and function change a great deal for the better over the years as my spiritual nature became more true, focused, grounded, present, etc. So the physical is following the spiritual because the spiritual is the causal realm. The physical is one expression of an after effect from the causal realm. But when you ask, is beauty superficial? That depends on the eye of the beholder and how superficial they are in their consciousness, basically. What it really means to you could be superficial, and in most cases probably is. But a person with a deeper layer of wisdom present in their consciousness is going to perceive some deeper things about it. Look into Ayurveda on us. You can even learn why that particular nostril is clogged. Look into Ayurveda and doshas in that condition and how to change it with lifestyle factors, and you can get it breathing right. It's probably not a deviated septum. It might be, but unless you snorted a bunch of coke or something, it's probably not. It's actually quite common for a lot of people to have one nostril particularly that stays clogged. That's a pretty common condition. I don't remember the exact causes, but I know Ayurvedic principles can help you adjust and get that nostril to flow open. It has something to do with your nervous system. I forget which nostril correlates more to which side of the nervous system, but these things are all adjustable and fixable. Look into Ayurveda and how to use the principles for that and other conditions, guys. Well, and you would have to get sovereignty of your life and become your own man and leader. Have time sovereignty, space sovereignty, decision sovereignty. So you're not being conditioned. We all pick up conditions from that source on purpose. And that's part of our life challenge, is to bring up, believe it or not, you pick up certain issues there because they were yours. You already had those tendencies and this person triggered them in you. And if you're wrestling with it, it's because you want to change it, which is probably good. It's probably part of why you're here. So whatever it is you're picking out there that you don't like and you don't want to see yourself become, there's a good reason for that. But you're going to need to create safe space, time, space sovereignty, life decision sovereignty, so that you can use your free will to develop in a different way instead of following certain patterns. Thank you, Gage. Will do. Thank you for the feedback. Good morning, Jarrett. Much love to you, friend. Chronic canker sores? Yeah, you need to clean out your body, rebuild your gut lining, rebuild your gut flora, rebuild your immune system, and then you'll be able to absorb nutrition, eat a healthy diet with proper food combinations and real foods, and your body will deal with that. Right now, your immune system is overwhelmed. Your body's full of pollutions, and it can't even deal with basic maintenance because it's so overloaded. And you're not alone. That's the common condition of society. People are right on the verge of not even alive, barely just hanging in there with a low battery and a polluted system. And if you bring all the vitality up, your body will cure that and a whole bunch of other things you didn't even know you were struggling from. And then your body and mind are going to feel and function a whole lot better than you ever knew they could. And it'll be really eye-opening to go through that process if you do. Hirschsprung's disease, you can look it up. It sucks. It's where part of your intestines don't work from nerve damage, being born with nerve damage. Well, worry isn't love, and I understand worry, Gargle. But if you actually feel love for the person, just feel that and send it. And have faith that the Creator will share that with them in some form. If you'll believe it, it'll happen. How they perceive it, I don't know, but it'll make it to them, because there isn't really even a limit on distance when it comes to things like that. I don't know if cannabis-induced psychosis is a real thing. Probably. People are on the verge of psychosis anyway, and all it takes is a little bump this way or that, and then they blame a plant just because it revealed something that was already there. So it depends how you look at that. The world's already in psychosis. They're just kind of blue pill and numb to it, and if you shake them out of it and make them see something within themselves, a lot of times the person completely freaks out at that point. That's really good to hear. And you, Max. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Thank you. Glad to be of service in that way. Yeah, it probably will. Vaosin. Speaking from experience, most likely, it'll cause great challenge, to be honest with you. If you really have the conviction to go for it, there are going to be worldly losses. There are going to be misunderstandings. There are going to be rejections. Okay. There are going to be hard times in an earthly sense. If you pick up your cross and follow higher truth, there will be worldly sacrifice, not because sacrifice is what God wants, but in an upside down, deceitful world, when you pursue spiritual truth, you end up going through worldly sacrifices because the world is not in alignment with spiritual truth. And I'm just being honest with you. Depending on what you prioritize, rejoice when you go through worldly hardships and loss and abuse that's unfair and misunderstanding, because that means your reward in heaven is greater. And that's the truth if you're really choosing it. And that's the biggest rite of passage. That's much bigger than all the silly little nonsense rite of passages people are trying to come up with. This is a real one. It's actually worth something, worth everything. But yeah, you'll be very misunderstood in the world. If you pursue spiritual truth, you're going to have to grow into a relationship with God, because there will be times where that is all you've got and all the people you know are against you. It can happen, and it likely will. Well, I sure do, Spoon, of course. And they encounter this exotic creature. Ooh, hey, thank you, Leo. Leo Razzle, for the donation, my friend. How can I help? It says, hey, brother, a friend of colitis ulcerosa. His large intestine is chronically inflamed to the point of bleeding. He was prescribed an IL-23 immune blocker for the rest of his life, lest he die at 40. Oh, my God. Guys, nature is chock full of things that heal gut inflammation, Crohn's disease, and all of it, and everybody's just blind to it. It's all sitting there, an amazing medicine cabinet. But again, if he would deeply detoxify the many things that are causing inflammation out of his body cellularly, i.e. my health topics playlist, rebuild his gut lining, populate his gut with positive flora, thus rebuilding his own immune system so it stopped attacking him and started working right, all these problems would go away. His mind and body would work wonderfully better than everybody around him, and he could leave behind the IL-23, just turn off your own immune system and all the other bad ideas that are going to be prescribed to him, because otherwise he's just going to have his parts harvested and be prescribed more drugs on the typical downward spiral of the dystopian futuristic sci-fi novel I'm writing about what a horrible planet they just harvest people in a medical system, right? That sounds a little ranty, but it's totally true. Most people, their bodily destruction starts with the intestines. The first time you've taken antibiotics to fight your battles for you, instead of because you were told you can't beat a cold or a flu on your own, you were lied to in ignorance. The first time you take those antibiotics, it wipes out 70% of your immune system. Candida grows out of control, penetrates the gut lining, and starts leaking crap and sewage into the rest of your body from there. And you will have chronic inflammation and autoimmune problems for the rest of your life until it destroys you, unless you reverse engineer this and correct it and fix it and heal it and become super unique and shiny, because you're not following the destruction trend everybody else is, and you're the exact opposite. And that's what the Health Topics playlist is for. However, if a person's consciousness doesn't have the courage and individuality to do that, all the good knowledge and practices in the world aren't going to make any difference. So that's going to come down to your friend. But these things are all entirely fixable. I've done it to me. I've seen it done to many other people. I'm not allowed to make any medical claims, but just friend to friend, yeah. And you actually get good at health and you deal with all the foundational things. Those things are entirely reversible. And really everybody needs to. Everybody needs to start at the gut and the immune system. That's why I'm always telling people the first 3 videos on the Health Topics playlist address 99% of the chronic problems people are dealing with. Good question, and thank you for the support, my friend. Yeah, I have videos on gut health. Check out the Health Topics playlist, my friend. Hey, thank you for the donation, Rubik. We all thank you very much. Are children who were traumatized at a young age by tragedy, addiction, and loss just a horrible childhood? Are their spirits brighter than usual, and does the darkness hate that? It depends. There are individuals who come with a special spiritual potential and they get a lot of extra nasty from the darkness because the darkness can see that potential. So it's quite possible. And the fact that you're asking me that indicates that probably whoever you're thinking about, the answer is most likely a resounding yes. I think your intuition is telling my intuition where that's really coming from. So, yes. Now, that said, that doesn't mean that every time somebody goes through a lot of crap, it's because they're necessarily an exceptionally bright whatever. I mean, all humans have profound potential, and sometimes the world's just gonna chew somebody up regardless. But a lot of times that is the case, and the fact that you asked me that indicates that something inside you already senses that that's the case in this particular scenario. So whether it's you or somebody else you're asking this about, I would say yes. I feel quite strongly convicted to tell you yes in this case. The consciousness playlist, Moist, is where I'm, building a collection of things on that topic that I can take my time with, one video at a time, my friend. Highly recommend it to you. That's why it's called Consciousness, that playlist. You're very welcome, Task. Very welcome. It's not really mine. There's no such thing as intellectual property. It all belongs to the great creator. I'm just being a conduit for some of it to share with you guys, just so you know. Just a voluntary servant here, not some guru floating on a pedestal. Whoa! Thank you, SLPTD. Thank you very much from all of us for the donation and the support. How can I help? It says, how do I become more comfortable in my own skin? I dislike a lot about myself. And when I look in the mirror now, I don't see the same person I did when I was a kid. Just feel like a shell of what I used to be. Yeah. What's happened? You've been separated from your heart center and you're living only in your mind where all is dull and gray and machine-like, and people go around trying to conquer the whole world to fill that hole because they don't understand what's missing. Check out the consciousness playlist. The first video is a good place to start. It's the great secret I was shown by my spiritual team that this world is blind to at a massive collective level. It's about rediscovering your heart center that you lost track of when you were a child, where all the magic and wonder and your opportunity to use the actual spiritual gifts you came with, they all reside there. And that is the big discovery that humanity needs to understand and make, is that they divorced themselves from the greater half of who they were a long time ago. And they're living in cold, dark, gray, machine-like reality, and it sucks. All the colors and the flavors of life are gone because your heart was hurt by the insensitivity of this world. When you were so young, you couldn't even talk or perceive what was happening. So your heart started protecting itself like a shell. And then you grow up and learn to only live in your mind because that's all the world teaches. Because in the mind, it can make any of you into a soldier or a sacrifice for any cause that the institutions want you to be. And if you're separated from your heart center and your intuitive guidance and your spiritual connection to your source, how are you ever going to do anything about that? Because you don't know any different. The great discovery of all humankind, the greatest one that needs to be made for a golden age, is to rediscover the heart center and how to balance the mind with the heart instead of living only from mind, which makes people militant and machine-like and devoid of passion and devoid of really the parts that where all the richness and flavor in life reside. That's really what you're looking for, okay? So yeah, start out on the consciousness playlist, especially that first video. It's directly about that. And thank you so much for the support. You were born without a jaw joint, and you're somehow functioning, which baffles your doctors. Yeah, your body figured out a way to compensate. And yeah, it's possible to grow cartilage where it wasn't. I don't know about that condition specifically, but there's been people grew things they were born without. There's been people regrew things you're not supposed to regrow, like a appendix, for example. So something as simple as some cartilage, it could definitely be done. I might use the things in my connective tissue in recovery stack to help with that project. It would supply your body with the things it needs for collagen synthesis and motivate it and make it easier, you know. Yeah, I have a family and wife and kids. Yep. I think the NPC theory is very dangerous. You know, it's the same as religious cults calling people demons and burning them. Once you got humans walking around with a worldview where they get to say other people aren't human and they're a problem, let's get rid of them, uh, that's very dangerous. So going around saying who you think is an NPC, not good. Just because someone seems less conscious than you want them to be or whatever, or they're caught in a little program or whatever, it's not a reason to discredit them as human beings. And that's a very dangerous practice. That said, I know there's synthetic humans here and there. I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but the human tendency to witch hunt things that they shouldn't has been one of the biggest atrocities humanity's done to itself throughout time. So beware and be careful. Err on the side of assuming the best about people, not the worst. Do unto others what you would want done unto you. Do you want somebody to think you're an NPC? To make a mistake? I've been witch hunted, guys. I know the injustice of it. It's very disturbing and sad. And it's always better to not be part of something like that. Hmm. Much love, Sturbs. Check you later. Do you reckon eczema around eyes is likely poor gut health? Yes. Yes. Eczema, all skin problems always start from the gut. The gut is the inner skin lining, and your outer skin reflects it when the contamination has had a chance to soak through your entire body, which means because of leaky gut, every organ and gland in your brain and everything in your body has sewage in it, and it's made it clear to the surface. First 3 videos on the health topic playlist: complete rebuild, complete physical overhaul, complete life rebuild, put you on a completely different timeline and trajectory. Constant unexplainable grief. You got to go back to the root philosophy of life you're carrying, which is total destruction. You got to figure out what your root beliefs about life are, and you got to replace them with something healthy, or they will destroy you. What you've been taught and what you've picked up and what your subconscious has picked up through impressions and experiences is not functional or maintainable. And by the way, you're not alone. That's prevalent all over the planet. You're just struggling with it and sensing it. And it may be harder on you earlier than some, but the vast majority of people are carrying philosophies of life that are destructive, and it needs to be re-engineered. Hydroxyapatite is a substitute for fluoride. Why do you need a substitute for fluoride? Why do you need some other man-made chemical to put in your mouth? You don't need a substitute for fluoride. Whatever you've been taught about how fluoride is needed is a lie. Fluoride calcifies the pineal gland so you have no spiritual connection to your source. It's divisive and evil at its root, okay? So if you're assuming you need a substitute for something that should have never been there, no, you don't, okay? So, and whatever hydroxyapatite is, it sounds chemical, it sounds patented, I'm not sure, but I can tell you for sure you don't need a substitute for something that's put there to endocrine disrupt you and stop you from having any spiritual awareness or higher consciousness. You don't need a substitute. You just need an antidote. You need freedom from such things. Much love to you too, friend. And if you're concerned about teeth, you know, enamel and strength and so forth, look at the things in the connective tissue video, connective tissue stack. Make all your bones, joints, and teeth have all the materials they need to be fully strong. From real things, not chemical things and lies and genetic interruptions. Yeah, a lot of people are so shut down and in such a stupor due to the hypnotism this world put on them. They seem like NPCs, sure, but that doesn't mean it's okay to treat real human beings like, toys or something. Like you say, they should be loved, and if there's any way to help them reconnect to what they really are and become more conscious, that's awesome. And if not, just don't worry about it. Move on and put those efforts where they might make a difference. Yeah, I'm sure it matters. Not a real name. I mean, you look into Ayurveda and see how different doshas chew and swallow differently and how they could balance it out to their benefit. They go into details like that, a lot of lifestyle details and what it affects and how. No guarantee of that, Dylan. Um, there's a lot of things that can be done to decalcify the pineal. Um, I wouldn't see how mushrooms in and of themselves, I mean, maybe they could help. To decalcify the pineal, a person should have high dose K2, lots of magnesium, and rewrite their life philosophy to be rooted in something life affirming that abounds in love and creativity instead of destruction, fear, and ignorance, which is the way people have been programmed. Fear causes calcification, causes calcium to build up in soft tissues and basically kill you. In the first places it'll do that, because it's the most sensitive place in the human body to calcification, is the pineal gland. So the first thing you lose due to fear and improper health practices is your third eye. Welcome to Earth. But yeah, there's things on the health topics in the biohack playlist that can help with that. And the consciousness. It's all involved with decalcifying the third eye. Yeah, people ask me about urine therapy all the time. I don't know. I've seen people that swear by it, but they just look like average people with a certain belief. I mean, if somebody can show me something really impressive that changed about them due to urine therapy, then I'll take it more seriously and look into it more. But people just saying it's so great, but not really having anything, because I never really see anybody present anything. It's just like they're excited about doing it and they believe in it. But like, you got to show me something impressive that it helps somebody with in life. And then I'd be more interested. Otherwise, right now, it's like, okay, drink your pee if you want to, but you might just feel silly about that one day if it turns out to just be another trend. I'm not sure the definition of syntropic agriculture. Not sure that definition. It's possible I do some of that. I just don't know what that means technically. My 22-year-old self, what would I say? I would say you figured out one of the profoundest, biggest, heaviest, hardest truths to know in this world, and it's killing you. And people only hurt you when you try to share it, and you're under a great deal of oppression. And one day it's going to be worth it. Try not to kill yourself through pure misery and fear and affliction in the meantime. Hold in there. Hang in. Hang in, man. It's going to be worth it one day that you had to carry this alone. Not totally alone, because God was with you, or you wouldn't even have lived through it. But I'd be encouraging my 22-year-old self about some things he'd figure out that are had figured out that are some of the biggest things in the world, that not a single soul would listen to me and only cause me great affliction to try to share. And finally, just now, some of you are starting to be the slightest bit receptive to seeing. So it's very painful sometimes when you don't have the support or understanding network and you know things ahead of your time. Heavy, 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 heavy things that in thousands of years almost nobody's had the courage to even start to see. And you have zero worldly support or understanding, and you're drinking yourself to death, and you're doing all kinds of things to compensate for how terrifying it is to live in a world that's incredibly hostile towards you for what you are aware of. And it's very confusing. And I would be there for that part of myself in that way. And who knows, maybe I was. Whoa. And maybe that's why I made it to here. Ellen White. I've heard the name. I kind of forget what I've heard it about. I don't think I've read any. No, I haven't read any of her books. Whoever that is, it's a familiar name. She's probably on my sidebar or something because I certainly know the name. But no, I haven't read her books. Yeah. If eye color changes, I mean, that's pretty significant. That's pretty significant. But you gotta, you also, like, as a good scientist, you gotta keep track of what else they changed at the same time. If someone goes into, say, urine therapy, there's probably some dietary restrictions and some lifestyle changes and some other things. Usually, when eye color changes, it's either because you became way more contaminated or you became way less contaminated, and then your true eye color showed more. So that is significant. That is impressive. I would need to really know everything the person changed in their life at that time and look at what the eye color change was, and I could have some much better theories about what might have happened. But that does sound impressive. What would I say to a homeless person? Usually I don't say much, but I'll give them something if I have it on me, either food or a little money. And people will say, well, look at him. He's just going to use it for heroin or something. And I say, I don't care. I don't care what he spends the money on. I want my fellow human being to know that somebody actually cares. Somebody actually feels for you. I don't have to know your name. I don't have to talk to you, but I do feel for you. The fact that you're homeless and you live out here on a street begging, life has been very hard on you, brother or sister. And I just want you to know that maybe I can't solve all your problems, but I want you to know that there's genuine empathy in some of our hearts for our fellow human being. Not judgment, empathy. I haven't had many conversations with homeless people, to be honest with you. A few, but it's mostly me listening to them ramble because they were all methed up or something. So it wasn't much of a conversation, honestly. But as far as an interaction, I do like to show some kind of kindness with no judgment or conditions attached, just so that soul realizes there's still somebody out there that doesn't just look at me and judge me and throw me below them. There's still somebody out there who feels something in their heart and cares. I want them to know that at some level. I want it to register. But I missed most of your question. I didn't understand a lot of the wording. But that part, hopefully that's something. Do I ever get worried your self beliefs are narcissistic? What are you even talking about, my friend? I don't know what you mean. Self beliefs, narcissistic. Narcissism is a pattern, a behavioral pattern of spiritual corruption. Um, and a lot of people are unclear on what it is, so it helps to study the topic. Okay, white tiger follows Yeshua. He was doing a lot of stuff. Interesting. Eye color change. Very cool. Well, whatever he's doing all put together sounds like it's working, You know what's funny about my eye color, guys? My wife noticed this when we first met, actually, because she can affect my mood enough that my eye color changed, which is pretty rare. Sometimes when I'm around her, my eyes get really blue, and a lot of the time they're more like green. And she says when I'm really like dangerous, they're yellow. So I don't know how, because we're not talking about a detox or a toxification change, but my eye color can actually change based on mood, for whatever that's worth. So maybe sometimes a person experiences a permanent default change in the kind of brain chemistry, emotional chemistry, spiritual awareness they're experiencing, and that could actually cause an eye color change. There wasn't even so much due to detox as much as it was to a change in molecular structure due to nervous system chemistry. If my eyes can do that in a matter of minutes and then change back later, I know that consciousness shifts can actually change eye color. Just to throw it into the topic, because it's interesting. Well, if you think these people are changing their appearance with manifestation practices and it's all hedonistic and stuff, maybe some of them do. But so what? I don't care what color eyes you have. I don't even care if you gain the whole world. If you lose your soul, it was incredibly foolish. So who cares? I mean, There's always a way to change your appearance, guys. If you got enough money, you could just have some surgery done to change your eye color or something, you know? I mean, and so what? Oh, I have purple eyes now. I'm better than everybody. No, you're not. Who cares? You know, it's not impressive. So personally, I'm just not impressed. Somebody change their appearance for hedonistic reasons. They're just digging a dark place for themselves to go in their spiritual foolishness. I'm not that impressed just that somebody changed their eye color, in other words. Who cares? Hair color, eye color, skin color, acting like any of these things are better than any other is just blind and depraved, to be honest. People would be a lot more intellectually gifted if they would repair their body. How is it human beings forget the brain is part of the body? When your gut is garbage and your immune system's garbage and your body's full of toxic mold, yeast, bacteria, what is this thing popping on my screen? Nanotech, metals, pesticides, yada, yada. How is your brain and your messed up lymph system even supposed to conduct electricity enough to even allow your spirit to conduct a proper thought through your body that can even be translated into your brain? It can't. So people have no idea how intelligent or physically capable they are because they're in a complete war on human DNA and intelligence, and they were born into it and think it's normal. So they have no idea who they are or what they're capable of, and that's another reason this channel's here. A click in the right shoulder, yeah. I can't say for sure, Brunio, but I would use the things in my connective tissue stack, and I would focus more on the opposite muscles, the rear delts and the upper back, the pulling backwards to realign your shoulders instead of the rounded forward monkey posture that everybody gets from focusing on presses way too much and pulls way too little. Off the top of my head, those are some things that have made a big difference in a lot of people. Okay. I sounded defensive, Valson. I just don't understand the question. I'm asking for an explanation. What does it mean when your self-beliefs are narcissistic? What does that question mean? What are you assuming are my self-beliefs, by the way? I'm curious because you're assuming something about me or someone, and you're asking if their self-beliefs are narcissistic. So I don't mean to sound offensive. I just don't understand what the question is. Narcissism is one thing. If you could give me an example of the self-beliefs that either you're assuming I have or you're talking about somebody else, I could try to see if, those represent something narcissistic, okay? But when you just say it vaguely like that and I don't know what you're talking about, I got to ask, like, what are these self-beliefs? Dermatographia? Skin gets scratched easily? Well, overall improvement in connective tissue would come from a complete body rebuild, so your body could deal with its collagen structure better. I mean, I could tell you a few things that just help with collagen structure, like Gotu Cola, Solomon Seal, comfrey poultices, magnesium, silica, and all those are good and all. But if you clean your body out cellularly to the deepest level and rebuild your gut lining and your gut flora, your body can use those nutrients like 10 to 20 times better. And then it makes an even bigger deal of improvement. Also, when it comes to skin, of course, a variety of high quality antioxidants has a big effect on the skin as well. Pairs well with those other minerals and herbs that were mentioned. If I had one of my videos to recommend to a homeless person, well, see, I'd have to know the homeless person and whether, if they're even at a state where they're looking to change something about that. There's homeless people that that's their life now and they don't have a plan to not be homeless anymore. But if somebody was like, I'm homeless, I don't like it, I want to get some things together and make a better life. Geez, what particular video? I don't know. I'd have to show them probably my consciousness playlist and say, do any of these titles stand out to you? You know, what jumps out at you? What does your intuition say? Where does it say to start? Because I don't have a specific, like, here's the how to not be homeless protocol. I don't have a video like that. But there's plenty of things on the consciousness playlist that would apply if the individual is looking to help repair a lot of things in their life, because they're homeless probably because they had no support and they were misunderstood and they gave up on themselves because everybody else gave up on them. So there's a lot of things on the consciousness playlist that could help, but I'd have to let the person kind of like see what stands out to them and start from there. Um, Depends what you're trying to believe in about Jesus, Moist. I talk about the real Yeshua and how he taught and shared and showed and lived only truth miraculously. But a lot of the religious nonsense you're told about him is destructive man-made doctrines. So those are designed to actually destroy your faith. It's like demons thought them up. So it kind of depends what it is you're trying to believe and why. But if you hang around on this channel, you'll notice that when I'm talking about Yeshua, I'm talking about direct recognition of truth lived 100% accurately by someone who is a miracle worker who said we're meant to be the same. And then you got the religious narrative of those who murdered and tortured him and made it all into something else that destroy the human nervous system by design, by very clever design. So you got two very different things going on there. And recognizing that is somewhere to start from. Okay. So you're saying, what if you're wondering if my belief that the creator communicates with me and that's what I share with you guys is narcissistic. Okay. My friend, if you study narcissism and what they do and how they do, and you learn what a narcissist is, you won't have that question anymore. Okay. So you need to understand what narcissism is before you just start looking for places to see where you can attach that label with no understanding of what it is. People ask me about Eastern Orthodoxy all the time. Apparently it's a religion. I don't think about it. I don't care about it. I don't need a group of men to tell me how to find God, because every time I do that, they start getting in the way. Maybe it's a good version of religion, relatively. I don't know. That's not my concern. Hey, thank you, SLPTD, for the support and the donation, my friend. Here's a question. Is sleep paralysis a real thing? Yes. And what is it actually? And why do people say they see figures and other creepy things? Sleep paralysis is when your consciousness is awake, but your body is asleep. And you can astral project from there with practice and training. But you will notice entities, and you can be confused. You could be terrified of anything you notice. Not all of them are negative, but some of them sometimes are. But when you're in a state where your consciousness is awake, but your body's not, you're able to see things with your spiritual eyes that you can't see with your physical eyes. See, feel, hear, interact with. That's why people witness things in the room. Okay? That's why. And that's what it is. Long time ago, there were negative entities around me, and every time I'd find myself in sleep paralysis, they'd be saying horrible things. They'd be doing nasty rituals. They'd be hissing. They'd be circling. And what they were doing was they were making me feel their intense hatred for me and feel fear because I couldn't move. And they were saying all kinds of super condemning, terrifying things about me. And I would be so drained after that, I almost couldn't even move or stand up for days, So then later, it got to be different things. As my spiritual condition improved, it got to where there were actually positive entities sometimes waiting when I made it to that state, or nothing would be sitting there. And then I learned how to actually leave my body from that state and go exploring. Astral projection, which is another topic that people ask me about all the time, but it's super rare and hard to achieve. And most people aren't really meant to during this life. So even though you can get lots of clicks and views, I've been hesitant to talk about it a lot because it's one more of these topics where It's like, oh, I'm a great astral projector. Don't y'all wish you were me? And people start thinking you're trying to be a guru and be above them. And they're all trying to learn some special protocol from you. And I'm not sure it's relevant. And I haven't felt spiritually guided to try to like lead people into astral projection or anything. So that's why I don't really talk about that topic much. If it gets to a point where I feel guided that I should, I will. But yeah, all that about sleep paralysis. Okay, I sounded defensive. So you know all about what narcissism is. And you're saying that if a person says that they're sharing from God to help people, it might be narcissistic. Okay, here's what Yeshua would say. You will know them by their fruit. The sharing I do hour after hour, video after video, year after year, is it building me up as being above others, or is it actually helping to empower others with their health and their spirituality? You will know a tree by its fruit. What is the fruit? What is the fruit? Because I've had narcissists gaslight me my whole life and try to stop me from helping anybody and accuse me of every nasty thing. But what is the fruit you see here? What do you perceive it to be? What do you perceive to be happening here? What is the fruit? That's how you know. Well, you're not beyond repair, Patrick. You need to create a safe place, safe space. You need life sovereignty. You need safety. If you're going to go back and repair your inner child, you got to get the sources of the problem out of your life, to be honest with you. You really do, man. I'm not joking. It is what it is. You got to shake the dust off your feet, leave that behind, move on to better pastures. When you do have a safe place where you're in charge of your life, you got to go back and start being for your inner child what was needed. Okay. Now that you can see what wasn't needed, and you probably have a better perception of what was needed, amazingly, you can go back and be that for yourself. But you do need to create the safety that's real in your life. You do need life sovereignty. So your inner child can believe you and trust you that you have made it safe and that it is okay and that they can be who they are. You know, if you can do that for your inner child, you can fix all of it. Negative entities, Anunnaki, Nephilim, or same thing. Okay, Sap. In all the discussions I've seen about such things, there are times where people are actually talking about the same thing there. And then there are other stories and lore and ideas and ideologies where we're really talking about two different things. So in some cases, what people are using those terms could be interchangeable, but in some cases they're not. Okay. And Anunnaki just translates to like people from the sky. A lot of it came from some ancient culture, talking about, you know, visits from people in the sky. And yeah, I mean, what became the Nephilim originally, there was a visit from the sky scenario a long time ago, but that does not mean that everything anybody ever called an Anunnaki is actually what we now have the word Nephilim. Okay, if that makes any sense. And thank you for the support, my friend. No, it's okay, Vass. I'm just trying to understand, you know. Yeah, you can dig, brother. Go ahead. If you know, if things get uncomfortable, but people keep digging, it usually leads to something good. I found that in most relationships. Like, I don't care if something gets uncomfortable. If it seems like it's leading towards a better understanding, then I like to push through. You know, make some kind of breakthrough. So I don't mind being questioned that way. And I probably do come off defensive. And there is a heck of a lot of past trauma to do with being treated like I was evil most of my life by people that don't understand me. Even from the youngest age, I was treated like some kind of black sheep by a lot of people. And so, yeah, there is a trigger there. So defensiveness is one thing for sure. But in this case, you know, it's not because I'm trying to lie to people because I have some narcissistic agenda here. I've had a lot of narcissistic agendas used against me, and I've had a lot of narcissists project and guilt trip me that I was always very susceptible to lies and guilt. And I've had narcissistic people put all their own worst traits on me from a young age when I didn't know any better. And so if I get a little aggressive about it, it's because at some point I had to. At some point to end that abuse and be useful to people, yeah. At some point you actually do have to fight back. If narcissists are going to constantly lie to you to keep you small, broken, afraid, dysfunctional until you kill yourself, at some point you got to learn to fight back. So if I seem a little defensive, that's because I'm getting ready to defend myself if I have to. So you're not wrong about, seeing a bit of defensiveness there, but just, trying to clarify about where that's coming from. So nothing wrong with those questions. That's for sure. Uh, huh. Well, yeah, Bob, when it comes to certain types of beans, some people digest beans while some don't. In your case, you can digest certain ones and not others. I generally can't digest any of them worth a hoot. So, based on the structure of cellulose or whatever they're defending themselves with, you just don't, your pancreas doesn't really make the right enzyme mix to really break down those kinds of beans. That's what you're experiencing. If you wanted to take digestive enzymes with them, you could probably digest them a lot better because the enzymes would help you, just FYI. What I refer to as the beast is just, when I'm talking the beast system, I just mean the institutions of this world. Are Nephilim behind them? Yes. But there's a lot of people participating in them that are not Nephilim possessed people. At the top they are, so-called top, which is really the bottom. But there's a lot of people participating in it, meaning well, have no choice in the matter, never question these things, don't even know what they're doing or why. But when I'm talking about a beast system, I'm just describing the institution, the system, and how it works overall. As well as anything within individuals that makes them act like becoming more of an animal is actually somehow the direction a human is supposed to go instead of becoming more angelic, because you have a choice. And furthermore, humans aren't animals. When they act like animals, it's disgusting because it isn't like an animal at all. It's malice and nasty. You guys ever notice how a human will do something awful, like truly sadistic and awful, and people say, oh, you're such an animal. Why? I mean, I could say you're a beast in the way I'm using the term, but you're not an animal. Animals don't ever do sadistic things. They kill sometimes, but they're not doing it out of any kind of wickedness of intention. They're doing it instinctively. And that's a very, very different thing. But yeah, beast system to me is just describing the institutions and how they work. That's my label there. Just to clarify. I do one-on-one counseling with a few people at a time. Right now, I'm full up on those. In the future, if some people have what they need, move on, and there's a slot open, I'll let you guys know. But I can only handle a small number of those and do it right. So currently, I'm not taking on more private consultation. Yeah, that would have labeled me a lot of things. VE. And a long time ago, I told people, don't go get a mental diagnosis because you'll have a lot of doors shut on you in the future. And now years later, I had people telling me they wish they would have listened to that advice because all the things they're trying to do, they're not allowed to do now. They finally get it the hard way. You should not have to be labeled and put into a system as being limited, deranged, labeled, mentally ill to get some help from your fellow human beings. Okay? Because that's basically a trap, unfortunately. What makes you think you can help that person, Panna? Do you know him closely? Is this like somebody in your life? Or just somebody you watch and wish you could change? I'm not sure what the situation, why you think you could help him. Are you that close to him? Laziness and sloth are because you become apathetic in life because you lost your heart center and you don't know who you are. And all the things people have told you life is about don't motivate you. Your spirit isn't interested unless you rediscover an authentic person, a purpose for your life at a deeper level through your heart and your spirit, you probably always feel lazy and apathetic because none of the worldly junk you're being told to be excited about excites you. That's basically the real cause. Humans do eat dogs and cats in other countries, my friend. In different countries, people eat every different kind of animal. And then all the different countries take offense to what the other ones eat, because over here they love cows and over here they love dogs. And we pick and choose which things to exploit and blood sacrifice for our belly god or whatever. And we just blind ourselves to the cruelty and ignorance of it based on where you were raised and what your culture is, unless you can see above and beyond all that. Oh, you're welcome, Vaughn. No problemo. Thanks for sharing. Alcohol use disorder, AUD. Oh, that's cute. They came up with a label for that one. That's neato. Always more acronyms to categorize people with. Put them in the system so you can control them more. Yeah, well, that's all neat, AJ Adam, but, does any of it have any practical reality in your life, or is it just a waste of your mind going off into outer space, listening to somebody else who wants to impress you with all their ooh and ah and all the far out stuff they say, when all they really are is just somebody on social media saying whatever they can for attention, to make money and have influence, for saying things that are so far out. But does it help anybody? Does it make any real practical, tangible difference to anybody's life? Or are you just giving your time to someone else so they can profit? Know them by their fruit. That was close to him. The Messiah wants to see dead, it seems, so I'm concerned. Well, I still don't see how it's on you to change the person if they're not in your life in some situation where they listen to you. I mean, the best thing to do with false prophets, guys, is stop listening and move on. Shake the dust off your feet and leave them behind you. Get behind me and be forgotten while I move forward and put my attention on things that are worth putting my attention on. If people weren't feeding the false prophet's ego complex, they wouldn't get to pretend they're a false prophet and keep themselves in that illusion. So the best thing to do is stop feeding it, most likely. Doesn't mean others will, but so what? Why is that on you? As far as your friend that you care about, I understand. You can talk to your friend, you can share. But your friend's got free will, and if they want to follow false prophets because they like hearing what they like hearing, then that's the way it is. And they got to experience the cause and effect reality out of that with their own free will and decide accordingly as they go. And all you can do is be there for them and, share any insights you have if they're open to it. But that's about it. You could pray for them. You can care for them in your heart. But you also got to honor people's free will and accept that some people's path is not going to be what you want it to be, Thank you. Thank you, Rory. I feel it. It makes a difference. I am feeling better with time. I'm feeling a lot of, more and more of what's being shared here kind of circling back to me, and I'm getting more receptive of it, which makes my inner kingdom better. So thank you for helping with that, my friend. Thank you so much. That's good fruit. Thank you, Cortland, very much for the support. Who says the universe is twisted? If the universe is twisted, I guess we're all just effed, right? Ayush, if the system isn't right, if the universe doesn't work right, what are you going to do to overcome it? We're all totally screwed. See, that's a completely self-defeating root philosophy right there. There's no point in trying anything. If your deep down paradigm is that you're in a twisted universe, it's not going to matter what you do because your root philosophy of life says it's a twisted universe. Therefore, it's going to give you that experience one way or another, even if it's not true. Don't throw pearls to swine. Yeah, I've done it a lot. I tested that one a lot, and I've learned over and over, or maybe I didn't learn. I finally learned that it's futile and foolish. And there's a lot of true empaths that have done a lot of that in their life, and they need to hear him on that and perceive what he really is saying and accept it. Sometimes the noblest of intentions just create destruction, and you have to face it for what it is. No, AJ, Adam, no. It's a psyop, man. It's a psyop. There are people that might as well be reptiles. There are all kinds of things that are heartless, pulling the strings, but no. The idea that some scary, all-powerful alien just has the planet in its hand and there's nothing you can do about it. Again, it's just a philosophy to keep people helpless, confused, distracted, and doing nothing to change anything for the better. It's a psyop, man. Keeps criticizing somebody else publicly because he's a messiah. Yeah, brilliant. The absolute epitome of sad little pathetic, like wretched, struggling human ego acting like it's somehow an enlightened being above everybody else. And this still flies somehow in this world. In a world where people have had their connection to spiritual truth severed, I guess any ridiculous thing can call itself a messiah, and a bunch of people are going to follow it around, right off a cliff. It's the way it's been for a long time on this planet. But yeah, you might as well not waste any more of your consciousness on such a thing. You're just feeding a troll. So yeah, carry on, friend. Forget about that nonsense. I don't really read books anymore, to be honest. I read a lot of science papers in the past, and some books, mostly science papers. Read the Bible multiple times. I've read in the older writings about Yeshua that the Romans didn't change into their image. Those are profoundly valuable things. But basically, I've been doing for decades now instead of reading. The massive thousands and thousands of hours of reading stage was back in my 20s. And at some point, you got to stop mentally circling and actually take action and do things in life. Right action instead of just mental activity. Right now, the world's people with excess mental activity can't tell the difference between right and wrong, true or false, real or synthetic. And it's just lots and lots of mental activity and nobody doing anything to change anything for the better. So at some point, if you've actually put your mind into anything productive, it's time to stop recircling and just mentally stimulating yourself. And it's time to put it into practice and right action and start building something of a reality in this world instead of always just reading other people's thoughts about what that would be. Yes, Dial, they're very okay. Yes, it's a great way to start the day. I do them on and off months at a time, whether I need it per se or not, because there's benefits. Yeah. I know what you mean. It's quite a euphoric rush. It can be. When your gut's clean enough, you can absorb it. When your liver's clean enough, it can process the chemical effect. It's quite a good feeling, isn't it? So in that sense, you get a better uplifting experience as you get cleaner inside. They start to work in that way. I find them really nice, I don't do it year-round nonstop. I take breaks even from good things. But months at a time, I'll just start my day that way. And then I'll stop for a while, Pearls and swine, okay. So a good example is a true empath living with a narcissist. You can give any amount of noble intention and unconditional love to someone who will always use it like a weapon against you, no matter what they say. And they will never repent of that, and they will never admit they do wrong, and they will hurt you any way they can and lie to you and play you and use you and suck you dry until you're destroyed. And then you never went out and used those gifts where they would have made a difference. You never planted any seeds in fertile soil because you let the enemy just take it from you right there and wither you until there was nothing left. Pearls before swine, because they will trample the pearls. This means whatever, just like Yeshua, he's had his pearls trampled because the same people that killed and murdered him, they made a bunch of man-made doctrines and twisted what he said right back into a pagan blood sacrifice cult. Now, there's still a lot of truth in pearls, but people have zero spiritual discernment for the most part. So it's disastrous because they can't tell the truth from the fiction. But in your personal life, if you're sharing things with somebody and they're twisting it, they're taking divine truth and twisting it into untruth, which you'll see happening all around this world, institutions and individuals, stop doing it. Stop doing it, because they're just going to use what you intended for good for evil. And then they're going to attack you. They'll trample the pearls into mud and then they're going to attack you. Once this is a pattern you've recognized with somebody, shake the dust off your feet and move on. Scatter those seeds on ground where it has a chance to grow and bear fruit, and otherwise you're wasting it. And that's on you. And that's on me. Okay? Yep. So you can see AAD that all this extra mental activity is doing nothing. People need their heart center. They need intuitive guidance. They need purpose and spiritual connection. No amount of information put in the head is doing anybody any good anymore because it's disconnected from everything else. Is the world better or worse than the past? It's very debatable. It depends which part of the past. There are times in history that were more painful than right now. And there are times in history that were less painful than right now overall on planet Earth. But generally, it's been kind of doing this, and it's never gotten up to some high sustainable place. And it's a long ways from any kind of golden age, you know. So the good news is we have infinite room for improvement. That's awesome. I'm glad that helped. Anemic. I earned that one the hard way. Maybe you don't have to. I hope not. Same principles apply, Punic. It's your choice whether to surrender your life and the fruit you would have bared. But what did Yeshua say? Who are my mother and my sister and my brothers? They are those who hear these things and do them. That's what he said. He said, if you follow me, the enemies will be the people of your own household. Peace won't come from following me because the world will be at war with you. You'll have enemies in your own midst. So it's your choice, friend. Do what the world tells you is the right thing or pursue that higher spiritual fruit, okay? That's a huge rite of passage. It's not a joke. It's a big deal for a reason, okay? And it is your choice. I like the Gospels. I like the red letters. They're a little bit tweaked, and unfortunately, there's lines missing out of parts of it. If you want to read older writings, the Romans tried to get their hands on every last one and burn them and everybody involved, but there are some that were hidden that came out later, just like prophets said they would, the real prophets, and some really good ones to contemplate. The Essene Gospel of Peace, the Gospel of the Holy 12, the Book of the Nazarene, the Didache, the Gospel of Thomas, the Gospel of Mary, and maybe the Gospel of Philip. Those are all not Romanized to give you a much clearer picture. Yeah, you can see anything in a video, buddy. People could do that to me. Are you going to believe it if they do? You can see anything on the internet, AJ. Somebody could make my eyes look like slits and my skin look like scales, and they could do anything they want. Are you going to believe it because you saw it on your phone? You got to ask yourself these things, you know. Do I want to be vulnerable to having my life philosophy hacked any way possible through this simple device? That anybody can fake anything they want about anybody, you know. You got to be careful, my man. And another thing, guys, sometimes people see things in real life that are symbolic spiritual meanings that they don't have the symbolic language to understand. So they draw all kinds of false assumptions and they buy into all kinds of worldly, foolish narratives about what it meant because they've long ago had the tools erased to accurately understand what these things mean symbolically. That's a big factor here. From how to protect your children from AI, porn, and propaganda. Uh, Well, as far as AI, if you just help them understand what it is and what it isn't, if you understood that yourself, I don't think you'd even have to protect them. AI is just human programming in a machine and it's fallible. So use it wisely. Some of it's pretty accurate, some of it's not, and it depends on the human agendas behind it. Porn, in a world that doesn't do human sexuality in any healthy form, good luck, you know. Boy, that's a big one. A healthy philosophy of life about human sexuality would be the best protection from issues that people get into with porn. And those are largely absent on this planet. And somebody, there's people probably specializing in that. I would look into that. What is healthy human sexuality? How do we rewire our beliefs about this so we can have different patterns in life that aren't so dysfunctional? And what was the third thing? Propaganda. If they know real spiritual principles, the one Yeshua taught, if they really know them and they learn to apply them, they will be propaganda proof. Otherwise, it'll just be which propaganda they happen to be believing, because the world's just got a bunch of different propagandas competing with each other. Or they're under the illusion of competition, but as long as they keep human beings distracted from really changing anything, from discovering what they are and can be and leading to a golden age, then all these different propagandas serve their purpose, even if they argue with each other, That's the way I see those things, though, at this point. Yeah, a lot of people will say a lot of that stuff, Adam. In the experiences where I've seen those kind of shape shifts, it was a symbolic representation of something that needed to be translated with spiritual wisdom. It was not what people say on the internet, okay? And, on the internet, you can spin so much awesome sci-fi out of all that you could just keep people captivated with your books and your videos and your seminars, and it could go on forever. You can make a huge killing and be a hero to a thought cult of your own if you'll go deeply into those things. But I've noticed that nobody's life gets better doing that, and people are not tending to their lives, which are falling apart while they're consistently being corralled deeper and deeper into a system that's basically soft killing humanity. And if they're not recognizing that and doing anything about it, I would say whatever it is they're wasting all their time becoming so enlightened by is not any form of enlightenment. It's just a distraction from dealing with reality. So being that I'm a INTJ pattern recognition off the chart kind of guy, I just figure out these patterns pretty fast and go, yeah, that's all real neato. What is it doing in the lives of the people who spend their lives just blowing their mind with all these theories? It's causing them to not deal with their own reality right here, right now, day to day, and make an actual difference and invest their life in something permanent of value instead of just wasting their time in a bunch of different mental circles and escapisms that take you to outer space and take you on a wild ride. And it's all very entertaining and exciting and whatever else, or terrifying or whatever it is. Where does the rubber meet the road? Where's the practical use in any of it? Because if it doesn't have any, you're just living some alternate imaginary timeline, somebody has tricked you off the path of your own life, whether they meant to or not. And people get all kinds of watch time and money selling books and videos about those ideas. And I have not seen it help anybody deal with reality or make an actual difference in this world. So that's why I say what I say. No, I can't really expand on healthy human sexuality because I'm slowly reversing all the damage I was taught and learning these things myself. And I'm by no means an expert. Okay. So I don't like to be an influence on people when I'm not really adept at something enough. And I'm still in a learning process myself, in changing and growing. I like to wait till I have enough wisdom or enough clarity on something that it's worth sharing, that it might not add to the confusion of others. But like I say, I know there's people out there that specialize in that. I'm not chosen to specialize in everything. Nobody should be. I'd be too scattered. I'm already wearing more hats than most people would dare. So when it comes to something I don't feel that qualified to like teach or share, at least not at this point, I just admit that to people. Surely you can find somebody who can explain and help with that a lot better than myself. I know they're out there. Sure, but what does that mean, Dial? Some people are just abstinent by nature spiritually. They don't have to genital. They don't have to do any genital mutilation or anything. It's talking about a spiritual type of nature of a certain type of person that dedicates their life to spiritual principles and growth, and they trade in other aspects of life just to add to that theme. All the ones I mentioned, my friend, pretty much in order I mentioned them, Moist. I would read them pretty much in the order I mentioned them. That'd be a good order. That said, you may find the Gospel of Mary, if you can understand it, if you have the spiritual eyes, which very few will, what's left in writing, it could be the most profoundest breakthrough ever. So I can't predict that for you, friend. But I mentioned it in the order that I would suggest most people approach it. Yeah. Arta, when humans move into a golden age, animals won't act that way anymore. Humans don't understand the effect they have on the behavior of other things that are less conscious than themselves. When man stops being a ridiculous blood savage, the animals will too, and there will be a golden age. But I know that sounds too far-fetched right now, and I fully understand that. And I fully understand why almost nobody's going to believe me on that. And in their mind, it probably discredits me that I'm even saying that. And unlike most things I predict 10 to 20 years ahead, this one might take who knows how long to ever come true. But it will, even if it's 20 million. Humans did have a massive change somewhere around that long ago due to a genetic intervention that forever changed what we're now calling human. Yes, that's true. But beyond that, all the weird, books and sci-fi people attached to it, as interesting and fun as it all is, it's not something to base your life on, because human creativity is neat and all, but it's crazy that in a society that's been creatively suppressed for so long, when somebody presents some creativity, people don't know the difference between that and reality and how to use it well. Discernment could make it useful, like a lot of things, but lack of discernment can make human creativity into self-detriment. That's something to consider. I don't know. I wouldn't say most of the people online are AI bots. It's kind of getting that way. Most of the people online are pretty unconscious people, and a lot of them use AI to present their unconscious content for them at this point. But no, there's still actual sentient life on the internet. A lot of it's just very misguided. You're welcome, Andre. It's the least I can do. I'm not going to log on here to tell lies. I know too much. I've seen too much to do that to myself or anybody else. And I have no motive for it. I don't have anything to trick any of you into. There's nothing I need. I don't actually need anything from anybody. This is an opportunity to bring some light into the world and bear some fruit, which is really between the creator and I in a sense. But it involves you guys if it does, But thank you, my friend, for the feedback. Ooh. Thank you for that feedback. Porgy. Much love, man. Yeah, and now they got all these apps. Oh, create an app. Just type something in this little thing here and it'll create an app and it's all yours. You didn't create nothing, you know? Machine fake created something for you and put your name on it. I mean, we're taking the lack of creativity that comes from being divorced from the heart center and we're accelerating it into a machine level where people are going to get, well, they already are so unconscious. They don't know the difference between themselves and a machine anymore. You talk about a lack of spiritual awareness. Wow. Wow. I look at it, but I can't fathom it. I'm looking at it from the outside, like, as hard as it is for me to believe, that's real. A lot of people's experiences, they can't even tell the difference between authentic organic consciousness and synthetic consciousness. Whoa. I don't know about Kali Yuga cycle predictions or all that. I don't know, man. And I can tell you guys the free will of humans has a lot more to do with the speed of different cycles and when certain things occur than anybody's acknowledging. People act like all this is on some clock. It's not. That's fake science. We're affecting it. We're affecting the weather. I mean, I don't just mean like, abuse of technology by Nephilim possessed government cronies hidden in, secret projects. I mean, all of us, our consciousness is affecting the weather, the climate, the galaxy around us, the behavior of animals, the behavior of water itself, and plants and trees and light and all kinds of things. And until we're ready to step up and start owning it and start being what we really are, people are just being controlled by mental narratives and used as matrix generators so that they're generating the reality somebody else wants it to stay as, so you don't wake up and they get to keep using you as a battery for their own depravity. Pretty crazy. Pretty interesting. Bodybuilding could be shallow looks maxing if that's why you're doing it. Some of us do it because we love it and it's authentic. A lot of people are doing something for shallow looks maxing or other weird motives, yada, yada, man. That's entirely on the individual. And that goes for anything in life. You see somebody doing why they're doing it, could be for different reasons and what it means to them and what the idea is to them. And it's going to be different for different people. And where that leads is going to be different for different people. How's my week been? What I've been up to? Thanks, Toma. Let's see, this week. I started here's something new. I started sort of prepping myself and feeling it coming again that I might be getting back into some kind of my natural bodybuilding. My next swing of it might be coming soon. I sort of feel that brewing in me. So I started designing myself a general supplement stack I'd like to get. Maybe with the help of you guys being supportive like this, I might be able to actually afford it. Nothing elaborate, just some simple things. And I started designing some equipment to train on and formulating ideas and stuff. Other than that, normal progress, some trees planted, some new plants and types of things we got from a neighbor friend to add to our property that we're working on sprouting. Developing spaces on the land, garden boxes, all that basic kind of food and medicine kind of progress. We helped our neighbors do some things they needed to do, ran them on some errands, helped them out with this and that. Found a new river to swim in. That's all, kind of recent stuff this week off the top of my head. Thanks for asking, friend. No, I almost never do neck exercises. Like once a year, I'll do like a plank. The last time I did it, I held it for 5 minutes, a neck plank. My neck is very strong, even without normally training it. I probably should, and I probably could. Maybe one of these days I'll get motivated to, but for the most part, I have not been including neck training other than like my yearly neck bridge. In my lifestyle, I use my neck for things sometimes. For example, when I move around in bed, I tend to like wrestler bridge my way around in bed using my neck instead of my arms. It's just a habit. It comes from past experiences, probably. So I think I use my neck muscles more than most people, but I haven't had any conscious progressive training program for my neck, really, to be honest with you. Nothing that I've ever stuck to. Like I say, it may happen at some point, but it really hasn't. I didn't come to the conclusion. I've just been shown this truth by the Creator, Nor. And I understand if you don't believe that, if it doesn't click with you. You'll know you're accessing your heart center if suddenly you know certain truths that you may not be able to prove to anybody in the world, but you know it's true. Go ahead and live it yourself and don't worry about anybody else externally validating it, because they probably never will. I feel like I need to throw that in there. Well, maybe they are, maybe they're not, AJ. When you're a celebrity, people tell all kinds of scary, nasty rumors about you, you know? I wouldn't believe everything you hear about people, that's for sure. Most of it's lies. You have those dreams and they upset you, Ricks. I understand that. Sometimes I eat a thing in a dream I wouldn't eat, and I wake up and I'm like, why did I didn't really eat that good. You know, it's like, why is it in a dream I forget and eat something I normally wouldn't? Yeah. It just shows that you like have a fear about it at this point. Like, oh God, if I ate meat, it'd be so bad. Sometimes dreams are just a place to process a fear. That's probably all that is. And you'll get over the fear. You know, once you stabilize in your new way of life, after a while, the fear kind of goes away when it comes to a thing like that, or it should anyway. Yeah, to list those again and again and again and again. The Essene Gospel of Peace, the Gospel of the Holy 12, Book of the Nazarene, the Didache, the Gospel of Thomas, and the Gospel of Mary. And if you read all those and one more, maybe the Gospel of Philip. Those are the best thing as far as spiritual purposes, best things I can recommend to people. That's true, Nor. That's true. I mean, you can believe something intellectually, as I've done many times, but until it's like experiential for you, you really can't do anything with it. That's true. I understand that. Yeah, it can sure be overwhelming, Osiris. For sure. Very overwhelming. But when that happens to a person, much as a challenge or a burden it may be, it's also, a potential great calling. It can be worth it. It can, but it's going to take faith and courage to walk it out, whatever that's meant to be or what it could be. Not really, Ketty, because that religion was made by the Roman Empire, an obscure spiritual truth, to make a political weapon instead. So I would not wear that weapon. I would not wear that label personally. No. People call me that all the time because they hear one thing and they don't really listen, but they're not really listening. So I appreciate you asking. It shows you're actually paying attention. That's awesome. No, I've seen that guy on my sidebar, AJ, but I can't say I know his content. I'm not sure about the Book of Job. It's very strange because, for one thing, there's no way at all I would buy some foolish idea that God and the devil make bets and wagers and try to see what humans will do. That's nonsense. That's complete nonsense. So because of that, I look at that book and I go, what are the implications here? That God might decide just to torture you and kill your kids to prove to the devil that you're a good guy? No. Okay, no. So I don't know what that book's really about, to be honest with you. But the deep down implications of it are pretty nasty, and they're not reflecting the actual creator. The actual creator knows everything, doesn't need to test you, lie to you, and play sick games to see who you're loyal to, and doesn't make bets and wagers with the devil. I mean, that's like Hollywood cartoon religiosity nonsense. Is there some wisdom in that book? Sure. But the way it's framed, some of the root implications of it are so unhealthy that I don't know what to make of that book, to be honest with you. I mean, it's great to be able to go through a lot of trials and tribulations and not lose your faith. Sure, absolutely. But to pretend that to depict God is some kind of disturbing individual that would do something like that to a human over a bet with the devil, you're acting like God and the devil are just two morons that are equal to each other playing sick games with human beings. I'm sorry, but that's super unhealthy. So I just got to at least call out that part for what it is. That said, of course, being able to endure things without losing faith in the real creator is a profound gift, and faith is much needed on this planet. But the way it's taught and depicted in that book, I find pretty destructive, to be honest with you. No problem, Artaz. That's one good thing to repeat. No problem. Much love and much good contemplations. Yeah, being sober is painful when your nervous system is full of dysregulation due to root philosophies of life that hurt, that are like an autoimmune disease for the consciousness. Being sober is very painful until you correct a lot of that, for sure. It's what's happening in the nervous system. The nervous system is making you suffer. That's why you want a thing to numb it or to shove it way over here or to shut it down, because then you get freedom from that misery, from that suffering for a while, self-medicating. But the healing of the nervous system dysfunction due to correcting your root philosophies of life means that you can become profoundly comfortable being sober. And then you wouldn't have to make your body pay the price by wrecking your liver, whatever you're doing, poisoning your body, so that your consciousness doesn't have to suffer so much. See, right there, guys, that's the principle of sacrifice. Because humans have been falsely programmed to believe in sacrifice through all kinds of sick stuff that's gone on for thousands of years, you subconsciously start bartering and sacrificing. In this case, you make the body make the sacrifice so the consciousness doesn't have to feel so bad for a while. But you're destroying your body to do it, whether it's alcohol or something else. Not all things are equally destructive, and certain things you can change your sobriety without actually damaging your body. I would encourage you to use those if you can find those kind of alternatives. But of course, the real ideal is to not have to make any sacrifice anymore and to be able to make your temple a place of tranquility in the light of the creator, which means cleaning out all the garbage of false programming and darkness that allows negative entities to have a say in your mind and emotions and nervous system, and reprogramming it to make room for truth, which is always life affirming instead of destructive. There's a path of life and the path of death, and nothing is ever neutral. It's one or the other. And the root philosophy humans have them doing everything to try to compensate or distract from it, and not understanding how to go back to the source and fix what's actually haunting their life. That's another thing that's, kind of a theme on this channel as it develops. I don't know, Dial, because most of my life I was so profoundly misunderstood and hurt for it. It's a little bit of a confusing question. When you've been misunderstood as bad as I have, for as long as I have, it's a little strange to hear that you're a good communicator. It's confusing. You almost wonder when the other shoe's going to drop and you're going to be witch hunted again, So probably through being profoundly misunderstood my whole life, I've struggled and strained so many ways, trying so hard to communicate with those who didn't want to hear it, that I got better at communicating. And now it serves a purpose for those who are actually open to it. That's probably what's really happened, to be honest. Like I just said, Evan, it's by identifying and correcting the destructive root philosophy of life that you've absorbed in your subconscious from the influences you picked up in this world, and replacing it with something that leads to life abundantly and comes from the truth of the real creator, instead of all the self-destructive nervous system programming coming from all the false gods and influences that have already programmed your subconscious mind, just like it does to everybody else who enters this world. That's what it really is. Good night, Spoon Bender. Much love. There is no spoon. There's no spoon. Get to the chopper. Wait, there's no chopper either. Oh no. I'm going to bend the chopper with my mind. Maybe I'll just bend it with my biceps, huh? All right, I'm back. Hmm. Yes, it's possible, Ragnar. Sure, it is. Yeah, it's likely you still have potential in your growth plates. You clean out your body, get some good nutrition, and find some peace and better sleep. It's not much of a stretch of the imagination that you could grow more. Not at all. A lot of guys grow till they're like 25, you know. So yeah, just do some things to take better care of yourself, more conducive to good sleep. Maybe the things in my connective tissue stack, those definitely feed skeletal and cartilage tissue as well. The deep sleep video would help, you know, so you can get them those good sleeping growth hormone, bone elongating sort of phases. But yeah, it's very possible. By the way, though, the height of the man has nothing to do with how big a man you are, but I understand. I had certain height goals growing up, you know, I understand. It's an interesting idea, Nicholas, but it's in the hands of humans. You know, part of it's metaphorically valuable, and then part of it's kind of skewed, you know? um, that's all I can say, probably, from that one sentence. Mild state of possession, bro. Fightinetics. The people that run this world aren't even human. Not anymore. They sold their soul, buddy. Nephilims crawled all up inside of him. No human wants to eat screaming live babies. That's not the goal of getting rich and powerful. There's nothing left there that's human anymore. It's very unhuman. Those at the top, which is actually the bottom of the dark, deceptive things pulling the strings, yeah, man. Way more than mild. Your average person walking down the street is mildly possessed in most cases. You're talking about the most extreme version of it and most extreme dark depravity. It's worse than it looks, brother. Far worse than it looks. Predictive programming, yeah, when humans are living their mind and not their heart, you can program them predictively and run the whole planet. That's what's been going on for a long time. As long as humans are following the paradigms of the narratives that are controlled by those that get to control all the narratives and don't have self sovereignty, it's all predictable. That's why they hate outliers that might actually make a difference if anybody listens. They'll blood sacrifice them and then lie about them to keep everybody right back into those predictable patterns. Thousands of years of that, man. No, I bodybuild because it's just part of how I'm made and who I'm meant to be. I need extreme physical outlets and I need something productive to do with it. And it appeals to me and it's therapeutic to me and I love it. And it's just part of how God made me. It's not an imitation of any cultural thing or anybody else, like most of what you see. Hmm. Yeah, people recommend people to me all the time, friend. I am very, very, very busy person and I don't need other humans. I don't need other people to listen to externally validate any of this, okay? I appreciate it, but people are recommending me things to read and people to follow online all the time. No, that's not how I got here, okay? I would be trapped in my mind listening to other people all day, dying in a city doing nothing if I allotted my time that way, okay? So whoever they are, if they say something that aligns, that's great. But I am going to cooperate with the creator to the best of my ability and let what authentically comes from that occur here. Not follow any other men and just do what they do and externally validate myself and then intellectually share from whatever I've read and absorbed and I start parroting. I understand that it's hard to hear what I'm saying there, but people give me all this homework like I have time. I don't have time for social media, guys. I don't. I give what time I have to you. That's it. I don't have time to follow anybody, nor am I interested at this point. It's just not needed at this point. What you have here is something more authentic than that. And I'm not going to let it get diluted. And I think people are starting to catch a glimpse of what that might mean and how valuable it might be in a world where you just don't find that anymore. Or maybe people never did. I don't know. Whoa, DKK's 45, whatever that is, Matt, and thank you for the donation and the support from all of us. It says, I wonder very much why Yeshua said he didn't come to change the Torah but fulfill it, and the connection with Isaiah 53 with the crucifixion. Yeah, well, the church has dabbled up that connection for you. And that's very convoluted. I recommend Aaron Abke's YouTube channel to deconstruct from that one. But as far as why he said he came to fulfill it, because the real Torah was just summarized in the original 10 Commandments, which he summarized into 2. It was not the 613 things that the lying pen of the scribes, as written in Jeremiah 8:8, the lying pen of the scribes. And also like in Matthew, where Yeshua says, you all, you say and do all these things in the name of God, and you look all holy to the people, but you're far from him. Your heart couldn't be further from him. Because instead of the truth of God, you teach the precepts of men. Okay? That's the problem. What the real Torah is can be simplified down to love God with all your heart and love your neighbor as yourself. That's why he made it simple and true. And he did fulfill it completely, uncompromisingly, in a world where nobody's brave enough and strong enough to do that unless they are. We're supposed to bear greater fruit. So it is on us. But he's the only one so far, completely uncompromised, actually lived it. The real one, not the fake one where you have to blood sacrifice animals to some sick temple greed blood sacrifice system that had nothing to do with any of it. When he got outraged by such a thing, he had to be tortured, murdered, and had the whole thing rewritten to make it look like what they were doing was valid when it was not. So if you really want to deconstruct from it in great detail from a really, really good biblical scholar, Aaron Abke, YouTube channel. But yeah, he did fulfill the real Torah. The real Torah is profoundly simple. It's not all that junk men made up to take advantage of other men. That part's very clear to me. Connections to Isaiah 53 is going to be man-made church doctrines. It's quite illusionary. But he'll cover that too. It was really good Bible scholarship. If you really care about deconstruction and clarity, I got to recommend that channel. And thank you so much for the support from all of us. Yeah, there was a time when these entities ran the earth in the form of giants, and they were just eating everybody and everything out of control. Genetic monstrosities gone wild. After they were all killed, so that humans could have the planet back, their spirits could not ascend to a better place. They're basically trapped here because they are absolutely materialistic, greedy, and absolutely stuck to the lowest vibration. And that's why those who take worldly power become influenced and then possessed by them. To take enough worldly power over others, you are becoming, you're being guided by things that hate you as a human and hate all of humans. And when you sell out to that, you lose your soul and something else controls your life. It's unfortunate, but it's also a very profound opportunity for spiritual discernment and growth for human beings. Much love to you, Furious. God bless you too, legs on. Much love, friend. Hey, thank you, Matten. Oh, wow. You're very welcome, my friend. Thank you so much for the support. Yeah, if you knew the real story about that, DJ, it was more about setting the animals free from animal sacrifice than it was about the money. But the Romans took that part out because they need you to believe he's part of some blood sacrifice system and that blood sacrifice and exploiting the animals on this planet is good and okay. and that sacrificing blood before some false blood god is a good thing. If you really want to get into the deeper reason of how he got himself killed, having mercy to animals, read the Essene Gospel of Peace, the Gospel of the Holy 12. Understand who the Essenes that Yeshua was the leader of and came from. Understand who they were, because they were all tortured and murdered. And 5,000 pages of what they lived by was burnt. And the other 800 or 900 was heavily edited and made into a religion, which is a political weapon. That's big stuff, guys. Big, big stuff. And you'll know if it's important to you. Oh, you're welcome, Ketty Sow. Much love, friend. Check you later. Oh, it's good to hear, Kanjo. It's really good to hear. Really is. I thank God that I can be of, assistance in that way. Seriously. Because that's me doing unto others what I would have them do unto me, It's what I needed in life and didn't have, So in becoming the source or a conduit of it, it's your feedback is valuable, to say the least, my friend. So thank you. Going back to sleep. Check you later, not my. Sleep well. Yeah, I not only believe in him, I have a certain amount of personal experience, Sapri, but it's so irrelevant to anything. But yes, there's a gigantic universe of creativity out there, and this is just one tiny speck in the middle of something limitlessly expansive with all kinds of creative expressions of life. Yes. Countless, imperceivably, the amounts of life at different levels of consciousness and different types and forms, all part of the same creator, by the way, which is infinite in its creativity and expression. This is just one little speck of it occurring in one part of an infinite expanse. This is just one idea. Wholesome jobs? No, I didn't have any wholesome jobs. I don't even want to talk about the jobs I had. Some of them. The ones I'd get the most praise for would attract the worst kind of attention. And I quit them all. Once I realized how I was making money, I just couldn't go through with any of them, really. Yeah, there was really nothing wholesome, man, to be honest with you. Some were worse than others, but I wouldn't call any of it wholesome. Okay. Take it back. I thought of one thing. I had a job helping a guy build like pole barns or something, just basic carpentry construction in the country. And I can't really think of anything unwholesome about that job, Simple construction, nothing highly toxic, fair prices, good work done for people that needed it. So in that sense, But really, as far as jobs I ever had, I always had conflicts with all of them. Not really that one, but the other ones, there was always some level of conflict. By checking a thing by its fruit, AJ Adam, that's how you know a tree, by its fruit. Instead of looking at the tree and all the things it claims, look at what it produces. Look at what it does in people. Carefully observe, is this creating health in mind, body, spirit, or unhealth? And if you can tell the difference and you can see what kind of fruit it bears, then you know. Just like Yeshua said. Yes, I hear about the soul reincarnation trap all the time. Yep. The whole victim mentality of Gnosticism. Poor us, the false creator has us trapped in his little snow globe. And he's playing sick games. So I'm a victim and I'm so overpowered. I'm not going to bear any spiritual truth. I'm just going to fret my whole life away, worrying about how we're all being victimized by things beyond our control. Do you see a problem with that root belief? You'll never bear any fruit. You'll never bring the kingdom of heaven to earth. God will never walk among men when they believe things that handcuff them spiritually to sit on their hands and bear no fruit. Massive problem with that root philosophy. That's the reason Gnosticism sinks when you take it out to deep water. There's a lot of truth in it, but it's got a fatal flaw. And, a lot of people come up with similar beliefs to that, whether it's Gnosticism or something else. It's very easy to believe in this world that, I'm just helpless, trapped in something I don't understand, that's beyond me. It's too big for me. It's the reptilians. It's the demiurge. It's the archons. It's the devil, Bobby. Whatever it is, if you're sitting on your hands not bearing fruit spiritually, then it's a lie, and it's stopping you from doing what you came here for. Evil is only as strong as you let it be, guys. That's why I need you to believe garbage like that. Body fat depends kind of what it's made of. And if you look into Ayurveda, you discover that some people are meant to carry a little more than others. It depends if what toxins are in it. It depends if it formed from metabolic disorder or if it's like healthy body fat. And not everybody's meant to carry the exact same amounts, but I'd recommend looking into Ayurveda for a little better understanding about body fat levels and constitution types. Whoa, thank you. Grr. 3045. Thank you very much, sir. Whatever. Oh, that looks like dollars. Wow, nice, man. Thank you from all of us. And you're just being supportive. You don't even have a question for me. Wow, man. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you. Big virtual hug. But it's kind of a real one. Can you feel it? Spiritual hug from my whole family. I can't tell you guys how heartwarming it is to have support. And for topics that it's so strange, I was largely misunderstood and afflicted for these same topics. It's so interesting when you redirect something, how you discover, oh, I'm not really cursed. There is a meaning for this. And there are people out there with like life and truth in their heart that care and want this. Wow. It was hidden from me somehow for a long time. And I guess that was meant to be probably a maturing process. So I don't mess this up too bad, right? But thank you guys very, very much for the support. The emotional support, the financial support, the feedback support, it all really helps. I may appear, due to the help of the creator in these interactions, I may appear like I'm always some kind of pristine, still waters of enlightenment. It's not true, man. I got all kinds of vulnerabilities, and you guys are helping me just as much as I'm helping you, just so you know, okay? That's why I always say the wisdom here and the healing comes from the creator. I'm doing my best to align with it for all of our sake. But me, the individual human, I just got to say to you, my fellow humans and friends, thank you so much. Thank you so much. The support on all levels is helping me and changing me for the better. It's very healing. And it's very helpful for my family too, which touches my heart very deeply. You couldn't touch it deeper than when you help my family. I love you guys. No, I haven't heard of Advaita Dvaita philosophy. I kind of got tired of everybody's philosophies, to be honest. Because it's always limited by some other man's mind, and that's just not good enough. When you have a taste of the infinite divine, trying to get back inside the box of another man's mind, even if it's a better mind than most, it's not mine, and it's not my cell to live in, I have some agreements in philosophy sometimes with others, I guess. People tell me, oh, so-and-so said that. You must have read his book. And I'm like, no, but that's cool. There's a certain amount of truth that is picked up by different people in different times and places. But if it really is truth, it's all coming from the source, And then the other parts that are not accurate, they're coming from our own mind and our own efforts to understand and define things. I don't really have meals for beginning vegetarians. I'm not really a chef recipe meal guy, but I do have protein sources on one video, favorite foods on another video. So, there's a few things, but I don't exactly have that, no. What kind of holistic healing do I think we need the most? True holistic healing. Repair the gut. Clean out the body deeply, repair the gut lining, cultivate the gut flora, restart the immune system, build a real one, and pretty much from there you can heal everything in the human body. So basically, the Health Topics playlist, I don't really have a name for it, but through vast experience, most of which I can't talk about. I can't talk about people being healed from incurable cancer. I can't talk about it, guys. I can't talk about my own experiences because I'll get canceled. But if you dig hard enough, you can find some of these same things to be true yourself. I can present the information, I just can't tell you how great it is. Check you later, VAO Vowson. I'm probably saying it wrong still. Have an awesome one, man. Much love to you. Yeah, there's a lot about my perceptions about the infinite creator on this channel. Atharva, just, check out the whole consciousness playlist, if you really want to know, if you really want to try to see or hear, my perspective on those things, the consciousness playlist. But it would be much closer to your second option given there, okay? Much closer to your second option. There's something to that, S1. There's something to that. I've seen enough to know. There's certain things like contracts. There's definitely soul groups. There's people in your life that are there because they're meant to be. They needed to be. Some are positive, some are negative, but it needed to be there to activate or potentiate or trigger or potentially lead to certain things that you wanted awakened in you in this life. So you could discover certain spiritual gifts and use them. That's really what it is. So yes, those things are real. Those things are real. Oh, you're very, very welcome, Rubik's. For whatever I did, you're more than welcome, friend. Well, check out my video on intrusive thoughts, Dylan, on the consciousness playlist. You might find it quite insightful. Yeah, I walk backwards pulling a lot of things. I have to drag all kinds of things backwards on a regular basis. Uphill, downhill, all over the place. I do a lot of backwards dragging of things just as part of my lifestyle. Occasionally I do it as an exercise, but I do so much of it just as part of my lifestyle. I don't even bother including it in exercise anymore. Yeah, that, I can't disagree with that, Dylan. But for me, the word universe is way too impersonal. The universe is a creative idea from the infinite source of things, but the source doesn't end with the universe. The universe is just part of the creation. It's just one layer of creation. All the layers of creation are part of the creator, yes, but the universe is not the creator. The universe is just one level of creation, creative expression coming from the creator. So for me, it's just not good enough to say, oh, the universe interacts with me this way. I'm like, yeah, okay, that's neato and all. I understand some of the mechanics, but my relationship is with the source of the universe. I'm interacting in the universe, but the universe is not my creator. It's just one of the many creations within the creator. People have been talking about that and selling the idea of the end of the world for 2,000 years, at least, since the false apostle Paul. It sells, everybody listens to it, and when does it ever come true? Doesn't seem to matter that none of it comes true, that nobody's a proper future teller. Someone once asked Yeshua himself about all that, and what he say? No one knows that, not even me. Only Father, Mother, Source God knows such things. Now, if he said that, right there, he freed me from ever wasting time and foolishness on all the false prophets of the world, past and future. Thank you, Yeshua. Very, very much. Also, people don't seem to understand that your use of free will has a lot to do with what happens and when. But you were given a false model of science that says all these things happen outside of you. You weren't told that the original scientific experiments showed that human thoughts and expectations affected the outcome of any experiment. That was immediately hidden. Just like the spiritual truth that shows you the same thing was hidden by anybody who ever said it or showed it, guys. So if you're still thinking that events occur on some clock that's outside of you, then we're all still missing the point of how reality works. It doesn't work that way. It can't be predicted because humans, even if they're not using it, have free will. And that affects the so-called timing of events and what events even occur. So if people become more conscious and less blue pill, they're going to have a whole lot of collective say in what's occurring instead of just thinking it's happening to them. Got to flip the script, guys. Hey, Golden Age, you might want to check out my video about becoming a cell whisperer and upgrading your own DNA. I think you might like that one. Okay, I'll try to remember to check your comment on the connective tissue stack anemic, but it'll probably show for me when I'm reviewing recent comments. If I miss it somehow, just post it on every video till I notice you, because I am agreeing to check out your comment, and give you some kind of response, but I think I'll see it. Most new comments show in my studio. I do miss things sometimes and I don't know why, but it seems to work. So yeah, I'll be looking for that. Yeah, we're all taught the super competitive nature and false version of nature and set on a course to compete and take advantage and do business, which means screwing over your fellow human being, which is everything opposite of spiritual truth. The worst addiction I ever had, guys, it wasn't drugs. It wasn't self-harm through fire and other things. It wasn't extreme alcohol abuse. You know what the worst addiction I ever had was, and I've had a lot of them? It was ambition. And to this day, I got to be very careful because that's the worst one I've ever dealt with. Let me answer this. Shuja, thank you so much, friend. Can you please speak on being present? Calming the mind, body. Okay, presence. And also thank you, Dylan. Thanks for okay, you're just being supportive. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, guys, for the donations. Okay, about being present, calming the mind, body, focusing on the presence. You got to watch my video, How to Escape the Mental Trap. You got to watch my video on how to sleep like a dog. Maybe even my breathwork video, just doing it with me. Several videos on the consciousness playlist are deep into that kind of thing. As far as a few things, though, while we're here on being present. A lot of people are trying to learn to be present. They're like, I need to learn to be present. How do I do it? What's funny? I was kind of working on that too. And something happened that happens when you work with the ultimate creator and you say, hey, please, I accept life more abundantly. And I pray for the eyes to see and the ears to hear to perceive it as it's being presented to me. And something that occurred was that I found when I was going through really hard times, dealing with some of the biggest root problems in my life and my personal challenges that I've been caught in for decades, my whole life, that were hard to shake off, repetitive cycles of self-destruction. I found that the only way I could stay out of those was to be present. So like right now, for example, I'm being present because I'm focusing here, because I have an opportunity to be of use to you guys, and that's important to me. So that helps me focus. So right now, any negative thought loops or self-destructive things that would try to come up, they can't mess with me right now because I'm being present for all of our sake. So like I say, watch those videos on the consciousness playlist, but this is something a little bit different, where I made this breakthrough and I realized, wow, presence is actually what's saving me from slipping into those false realities based on negative past things that I've chosen to divorce myself and be free from. But the old patterns of conditioning that you grew up with in your nervous system, they keep coming up. They keep coming up. They keep trying to drag you down. And I found what was helping me stay out of those so that I wasn't feeding them was presence. And I actually got much better at being present because I needed to, in order to not let those past programs try to reactivate themselves. So I think that'll probably help. You may find that when you make true positive change in your life, which won't be easy, it'll bring up your own stumbling blocks to check you over and over to check you if you're still susceptible to the same stumbling blocks. And the thing I found that helped me the most was remaining present. Instead of indulging in those things, I would go, forget it. I have positive things to do. Who can I help right now? And by doing that over and over, those things have just been losing their grip more and more. And they're not hurting me, and they're not haunting me, and they're not bothering me like they used to. So I got to share that. Thank you for asking, guys. That's what I found with presence lately. It's been a new kind of breakthrough. Instead of trying to achieve presence for presence sake, just trying to practice it or whatever, I found myself doing it as the best way to keep myself out of relapsing into negative things that I no longer believe, is by staying present. Because in the moment, I can do something constructive. I can't go back to the past and wrestle around with a bunch of crap happened I didn't want in mind. I can, but I'm just wasting my life. I've already made my decisions about those things, and I've made changes. So in order to stay out of being dragged into wasteful rehashing of past miseries or past patterns that were no good, holding on to presence and being useful in the moment is what I find the best way to do it. So hopefully that helps. Yeah, all you can do is pray for them. In that case, ultimatum and mean it in your heart, and trust that the Creator can heal all the tears and suffering from anyone's trauma and all the injustices of this life, and that those who receive more injustice in this life will be given more kindness and more overwhelming healing and well-being from it and what comes next, because the Creator experiences everything and forgets nothing. And you have to believe it, and you have to develop your faith, or your nervous system will be ruined by your empathy for others. And I much admire you for having that empathy, friend. And also, of course, as we improve our own consciousness to remain more in the light, it actually grounds that presence into this world where it gets easier for others to start holding harmonic light of truth within them at a higher consistency and frequency. And then the behavior of humans and animals and the planet itself does improve. So just because, you can't run around and put out all the fires physically yourself, you can affect the collective and what's going on by working on what you were given stewardship of. You were given complete stewardship over this temple and this mind. Most people have outsourced it and lost it completely by now. But that is a divine thing that you were given, and you have the divine right to it. And by really making the most of it, you do affect those other things. This has been proven. I mean, it was always known by mystics and spiritually awake people, but it's also been proven by real science that we have a profound effect on others by changing our own consciousness for the better. So that helps. That's what you can do, Yeah, a lot of the conspiracies are false conspiracy theories just to distract you from the real ones. And discernment is needed because most people I see, they waste their time on all the fake ones. And right there, while they're doing that, they're participating in undermining their health and future with the real ones, because they're not seeing what's right under their nose, because they're lost in outer space in their head on psyop conspiracies that are just there to distract you from the real ones. And that's another aspect of spiritual discernment. Well, that's not spiritual, but it is. Everything's spiritual. Everything's consciousness, it's a spiritual thing. To have real discernment requires spiritual discernment. Otherwise, you're just programmed. Whatever you are, it's just programming, And humans are meant to be machines. That's why it's so unfulfilling to live as a bunch of programming and not know where your heart center is and your authentic connection to source and who you were before you got here. To lose all that and live in programming sucks. Yeah. Presence is a present. The past is past. And the present is a present. It's a gift. Very good. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, I grinded a spot right here. Actually, I had my forehead braced on something for a certain exercise, and I kind of like wore a hole in my head, right where the little stone goes to like activate your third eye. Right? Didn't do it on purpose. Just happened to work out that way. But I notice it too. Well, I lived on it for 5 years, dark face, and everybody else that did got all full of worms, not me. But I'll tell you what, I did okay physically that way, but my consciousness was kept in a low place because the spiritual principle of stealing life from other sentient things that don't want to die any more than you do, because you think that killing others is how you get life for yourself. Humanity has been massively misguided, and as long as they live by these dark, nasty, descended, fallen principles, the world's going to remain a savage place with war and rape and misery and torture and lies. So, for consciousness reasons, I moved on to much better things. Okay, specific question. If I see it, Marrow, I'll try to answer it. If I'm given anything to give you on that. Morrow Quinn. Try to remember that. Yeah, there's a spiritual cause for anything, including being stalked by unknown people. Sure. It's probably not what your ego would think it is in all its theories, but there's always a reason, my friend. Everything's cause and effect. Everything. There's literally no such thing as a coincidence, by the way, guys. Doesn't even exist. That's just a superficial view when you can't see past the surface to see the cause of a thing. There are no coincidences. Much love, bravado, and thank you, friend. No, I don't drink coffee. Not me. If you look into Ayurveda, it'll help you understand that things containing caffeine can be good for some, can be good in moderation for others, and there's others that just shouldn't do it. And I'm one of those. When I drink caffeine, I'm dangerous. Not even because I mean to be, but I don't know. It's just going to sound like weird, distractive stories if I start telling stories. Also, might discredit me. You guys hear some of the crazy things I've done when I drank a bunch of caffeine. It just sounds idiotic and ridiculous. And I don't like that I've even done those things. It was a danger to everybody. So it's just best for me not to drink coffee. It's surprising that coffee is such a hard drug for me. I mean, I've done hard drugs that got me way less out of control and dangerous than coffee. You know, one man's poison is another man's medicine in some cases. And Ayurveda helps you understand that about caffeine and a lot of things. Oh man, I missed your question about hard gainer and plant enzymes. You could take more plant enzymes. There's no limit, man. You can take 20 at a time, digest all the food for you, just so you know. But I mostly missed your question. Is it morally acceptable if we cherish the cow and give it a good life? You mean eating the cow? Well, it's miles better than the way others do it. So, yeah, I mean, any improvement's an improvement. If somebody was going to eat me, I would definitely prefer a good life and then a painless death. I mean, if I was doomed to be eaten, I would have to thank you for that because it's like, well, thank you for going about this in the kindest way possible. I would be grateful. I would be a grateful cow. On this planet where people are so hideous to animals, I would be grateful to you ongoingly, spiritually. So you always got to ask yourself, maybe I can't reach the ultimate ideal of whatever's ultimate from right here. Is it worth doing something that's an improvement? And the answer is always yes, guys. I can't live through life without stepping on a bug. I'm not even going to try. But what I can do, whatever's within my reach that I can fruitfully do to make creation a better place for things in creation, I'm going to do that. And in time, as circumstances change, sometimes your options get much bigger as to what you can do to improve creation. And as you mature in your spirituality and your wisdom, you'd be more equipped to do something bigger when given a bigger opportunity. So do what you can with what you can now for the sake of compassion and love, and doing unto others what you would want done to you. A cow has a nervous system. It's a mammal. It cries when you take its babies away. It struggles and pisses itself when it sees the ones in front of it being killed, just like you would. So obviously, if you're going to be merciful to something like that, because you care enough that even though it doesn't have legal rights, you're doing it for the right reason from your heart, that's spiritual truth, and that's a good thing. So I thank you for that, because I know the cow would, given the circumstances of what its other options are. Yeah. Yeah, definitely I would. Conservational. What it does is it takes calcium out of all the soft tissues, pineal gland, brain, circulatory system, joints, all these places that causes problems, the heart, and it puts it back in the bones where it belongs. And when you bang your bones up on a frequent basis, skateboarding or other things, it helps you build that bone density all the better, all the faster, and improve your bone matrix. So yeah, but you need magnesium. Humans are deficient in magnesium because the food chain is deficient in magnesium. Magnesium is a catalyst for over 300 essential things in the human body. You will seize up and die without it. I've seen this happen to young athletes who are otherwise healthy and ripped and looked amazing. And vitamin K2 and D3 use magnesium. Many things in the body do. So if you want the K2 to work right and not further deplete a depleted magnesium pool and possibly cause yourself a problem, you want to make sure you're supplementing magnesium. Not at the same time, by the way. K2 and D3 are fat-soluble vitamins. If you're taking one or both, you want to take them with oils and fats. The magnesium actually upsets your gut and digestion. You want to take it at a totally separate time and not overdo it orally. And you want to make sure you use magnesium oil, because you can use the entire surface of your body to absorb a lot more than you can just by oral doses, being that they're limited by the diarrhea type effect they cause when you overdo it. And if you take too big of an oral dose and you just crap it out, you're kind of cleaning your colon, which is good in a way, and a lot of people could use that. But when the goal is to absorb more magnesium, you don't want it to just flush through into the toilet. So you're going to be limited on oral doses, but you're not so limited on the surface of your body. Your skin is a sponge, and it absorbs the magnesium oil, which is actually just a certain type of oil mixed into water. The name is misleading. Just Google it. It's super easy to make, and it's a super good way to get more magnesium in your body, which will make the K2 and 300 plus other essential things in your body work a lot better. It is a powerful catalyst. It is a wonderful thing. So, good question. Good question. Entirely depends on you and what it's for and what it does for you, Annie, and what the source is. Is it non-GMO? Is it some modern abomination? Is it toxic? Why are you doing it? What are your motives? What is your constitution? There's too many things there. There is no it's bad or good. That's like saying, is the internet bad or good? Is sex bad or good? All these things get used for bad and good, and it depends on it depends on the context, my friend. So I won't make any foolish blanket statements about that, because that's just nonsense. Is there a line in helping someone if they ask all the time, doesn't it become abusive? So, and when to stop helping someone if you want to help all. So if you're talking about someone that's draining you for the same thing, a lot of time people are just like vampires and nonsense, and it's not doing any good. And if you're seeing that what you're doing is not helping, it's just enabling them. See, that's when you start discerning from within yourself, wait, I'm not helping them. Just because my intention is to help, is it helping? What fruit is it bearing? Because if it's not working, you really should move on. Shake the dust off your feet and move on to somewhere where that help makes a difference for the better. That's a spiritual principle. Plant the seeds where they bear fruit, not where they don't, not where the seeds keep dying and going to waste. And that is on you, because a person that will use what you give and waste it forever, they're just going to do that forever. It's on you to have the discernment and to move on to the plant the seeds where they will make a difference. Very good question, man. Yeah, I tried ZMA like a million years ago when I was in my 20s. I remember taking it for a while and not being sure what it really did, It didn't make any obvious difference to me. That said, zinc and magnesium are important, but zinc is kind of not something I used to recommend it in supplements, and I'm moving away from that. I recommend people eat some foods that have zinc. Being that it's a metal and it's easy to overdo, I don't feel that comfortable anymore. Unless you're totally deficient, a supplement will help. But it's much more ideal to get your zinc from food sources which contain zinc, but they also contain all the other things that you should be ingesting with zinc, according to higher design. Okay. Magnesium, on the other hand, everybody's so deficient and needs it so badly that I'd highly recommend it to everybody on the planet, to be honest with you. Just because of a lot of research I've done, because of the actual math on the situation. With your detox protocol, is there a specific time when you can eat daily in those 30 days? So you're talking a 30-day, which, by the way, is interesting that you chose that. And that's a perfectly good way to roll. A 30-day would be really great on that cleanse. I didn't have a specific eating time. I would do most of the protocol in the first half of the day because I don't wake up hungry anyway. So I like to spend the early part of my day cleaning the body. That's just the way I operate. That's the way I organize. And then the second half of the day would be more about nutrition. That was the way I did it during the time. But you got to make it work in your lifestyle. Maybe that'll work for you, maybe it won't. But that's how I did that in the past when I really did it and had massive breakthroughs that changed my life forever and upgraded it. That's how I was doing it. That's what worked with my pattern and lifestyle at the time. It's hard to say, AJ Adam. I can't predict that. It depends on the individual. It's too individual. I know an individual that's gang stalked and he's always playing the victim, and it's all about ego and vengeance and how much he hates everybody. And he's having trouble hearing me about how that's just going to keep reoccurring because he's not doing anything to improve himself spiritually. He's just projecting his own flaws onto others, and the others are showing up in his life to torment him because he feels like a victim anyway. But I'm not saying that's your situation. I don't know your situation, so I'm not gonna guess. Wouldn't be fair. It wouldn't be right, because then people become self-fulfilling prophecies of whatever I say, and that's unfair. That's unfair. I'm not projecting on other people's lives that way. The truth is, it's going to be unique to you, and I don't know enough about that situation. I haven't been in it and really seen it. I haven't been able to observe it, so I couldn't really say, man. I was just saying K2 and magnesium. They work really well together, Dylan. If you wanted to add D3, you can also do that, but that kind of depends. Not everybody needs it, and it's actually less important than D2 than K2 for most people. But sometimes on some of my connective tissue and bone building type protocols, I have people, or I recommend, or I share the awesome synergy of K2 D3 taken with oils, and then lots of magnesium taken internally and externally at other points in the day. There's a huge synergy when you put those things together. And a lot of people benefit from it a lot because they're totally deficient in all three of those things. Society tends to be very deficient in all three of those things. Much love to you too. Aeonian. I don't know how to pronounce that, but it's awesome. Swamp. Much love, friend. Well, after I had done the deep detox, all of a sudden I was doing things that people said were physically impossible. I got accused of being on all kinds of drugs. I got accused of being a robot. I got accused of fake weights and fake this and fake endurance and fake everything and snake oil, because basically I went from struggling and miserable and toxic to being so mentally clear and physically capable that a few people believed it and everybody else hated it. But I'll tell you what, the clarity and the capacity physically and mentally puts me in a category I just don't see. And I'm trying to help other people discover it. So that's part of how it occurred. Okay. I don't know what it is, AJ. When you say, are these like secret stalkers? Do you know who they are? Or somehow you're being stalked, but you don't know who's doing it? I still can't speculate, to be honest. I I don't know what you're dealing with, man. Maybe it's something about you that you're just attracting resistance because you're working on some kind of personal breakthrough, and the darkness has found some way to, according to its plot and scheme, try to interfere with you. There's a good chance, that, you're moving into some kind of better spiritual timeline for your life, and you're manifesting some version of resistance. That's very possible. Because the Roman Empire invented the religion, Joe, as a political weapon in their own image after they got done torturing and murdering the Essenes and Yeshua and burning most of what they wrote and then rewriting the rest. The US is just Rome 3.0, man. England is Rome 2.0. They've all been carrying the same torch. That's why. If you want a really good, accurate deconstruction, go to Aaron Apke's channel. Really good Bible scholar. He can show you absolute proof of things that I knew since I was 20 years old, but I only knew it through a spiritual knowing, and I couldn't prove it to anybody. And I had to carry it myself through a world of abuse where darkness did everything it could to make sure I died or couldn't carry that truth. But I can at least point you to somebody now who can show you accurately the truth on that topic. And that's Aaron Abke YouTube channel. Very, very good. Very, very good at that. I'm very thankful that people like that exist now. I had to wait a long time for any of them to show up. A long time. 20-something years under that kind of demonic affliction feels like eternity, to be honest. Magnesium oil is external. It's for your skin. Just Google it, guys. It's super simple. Magnesium oil is super simple to make and super simple to use. And it's a great hack. Really good for extreme exercise recovery, injury recovery, sleeping better at night, and just catalyzing 300 plus essential things in your body to work better. I mean, the implications of that alone is worth more than all the money humans waste on so-called cancer research every year. Fictional sci-fi talk. I didn't really say that. Keep throwing money at it if that's what you want to do, guys. Keep throwing money at the monster that will forever take your money and kill anybody with a real solution to your problem. Dystopian fictional sci-fi talk. Yeah, it is. It's renowned for filling humans with diseases more than the other dead carcasses humans eat. Yes. Probably true then, AJ. Just some form of resistance. The enemy's always watching your individual life, trying to figure out what'll stop you from what you might be, So analyze it. Remember that fear will cause you to believe things you shouldn't about it, and love will cause you to see it more clearly for what it is. And when you have those moments of insight, you'll probably learn some useful things from what the darkness is trying to do to stop you. And you'll understand some things about yourself and patterns and make yourself even more effective moving forward. Whatever the enemy means for evil, God can use for good for those that have faith. It's another true spiritual principle. And if you apply that faith, the enemy's plots and schemes always backfire on him, and it just empowers you more. Do I ever get bored? No. I don't have the kind of mind to get bored. It's impossible for me. There's way too much going on inside of me. You don't fight your ego. If you fight your ego, you're just being an ego. It's only ego that even thinks it could fight an ego. That is ego. You're not trying to fight or annihilate or murder your ego. Your ego is the illusionary, temporary, ignorant human part of yourself, and you need to observe it from a higher place and give it better guidance and care. Not try to destroy or murder it, because that's just your ego talking anyway. Yeah, the great reset theory. You're all being trained to participate in another reset right now. What they call Atlantis, abusive technology worldwide. So humans go back to the sticks and mud living in caves, and humans are working on doing the same thing. Subconscious programming, nobody understands. They're repeating things they've already done. It's happened over and over on this planet. Until the spiritual lessons are learned, the same thing's going to keep happening. Oh, technology, let's advance our technology. That'll take care of us. And then we all kill ourselves with it. The spiritual development to connect the other parts of the brain and the DNA strands that lie dormant in humans, that expands into true abilities in a golden age. Machines, computers, and technology will always be abused by the low spiritual consciousness of those who put that above spiritual development. And then there's another reset. It's just a pattern humanity's been caught in for countless thousands of years now. No, I haven't been a vegan my whole life. I've eaten more meat and raw meat than all of you put together, to be honest, in the past. Sometimes you got to do everything the wrong way before you figure out how to do it a better way. Conservation, you'd have to eliminate all the things in your life that are programming you to be that distracted, and stop feeding them. And take sovereignty of your own consciousness instead of letting something else program it all the time. You got to put up boundaries. You got to take back your own territory. Good morning in Texas. The Gorilla Guardian, much love to you. Yes, the ego is easily manipulated by things that watch human egos. Some can be talked into self-destruction, self-deprecation, doubt, fear, shame. They'll stop you from bearing fruit that way. Others, on the more arrogant side, narcissistic side of the emotional spectrum, they will bribe you, give you worldly things, and then take control of you from the inside for selling out that way. Oh, thank you, Mara Quinn. I know I'm saying it wrong. You have to send your question over 3 messages. Okay, I am watching. Thank you very much for the support, my friend. And financial freedom came from lots of years of living way below my means and being extremely efficient in doing more with less. Extreme time and material management efficiency levels that I can't teach to anybody because they don't have it. I've never met anybody that can actually sort of begin to tap into my efficiency levels, which are beyond OCD and even unhealthy in some ways, but it is the reason I was able to do so much more with so much less over such a long period of time. But other people can't do it that way, so it's not really a good model. And it should not take you 40 years. There are other ways, probably much faster than mine, that other people are meant to use to get financial sovereignty a lot faster than I did, you know? So I don't think my model is really the one to teach because people don't have that kind of disturbing levels of perseverance and efficiency, you know? All right, Marquin, I'm looking here. I know there's a timer on your questions, but I'm doing my best to stay on it here. 3 incoming questions the way I understand it. And if I miss them, type them, my friend. Any of you that I missed that made a donation, if I missed part of your question, type it in the thread under this video after it's posted, and I'll get into it there, okay? Least I can do, guys. Yeah, experienced some Mandela effects for sure. A little bit of deja vu. Lots of Mandela. Yeah. You haven't had clean water for a long time, Ultimatum. By the time humans start to catch up to any of this stuff, it's old news, okay? But yes, the water is getting worse, if anything. Been a long time since humans were given good water in most cities, in most parts of society. I don't know if Terence McKenna was anything. I haven't studied the person. I don't go around studying all these people. I'm a Padawan of Yeshua ben Yosef, not every other dude's opinion. Couldn't care less, to be honest. What are the niche supplements living in a city? It entirely depends what city and where you are and how good you are at Googling and researching and finding materials. I was always very good at procuring all these things, but I realize times have changed and it's getting harder to get some of these things, especially if any of you catch on and make any real difference in your health. It's going to get even harder for somebody else to get it. As soon as that information gets out, more things are illegal, outlawed, tabooed, or erased from you being able to find it. Sadly. I'm good. Bruh. How you doing, bruh? Bruh. Much love to you, friend. Check you later. AAD 294. Much love, friend. I don't think it's inspiring to hear about my efficiency. I think it's miserable, and I've made people miserable trying to teach it. It's you got to be almost sadistic to be able to do as much as I have with as little as I have. And I don't even think it's healthy, but I think in my particular case, a lot of it's worked out to be used for good in the long run. You know, we could talk about some small things like, I mean, gosh, if you gave me a category of life, what do you do with vehicles? What do you do with house repairs? What do you do with cell phones? Oh, I don't own one. So in the last 15 years that a lot of you have replaced your phone 15 times for how many thousands of dollars? What did that add up to? Probably enough that I bought one of the properties we have on this island just with that alone. Okay. By not wasting money on something I don't need and don't need to be dependent on and programmed and confused by like everybody else. That's one example right there. But how weird am I not to live on a phone like everybody else? Ooh, that's so far out, right? No, you can't be egoless. Ayush, you wouldn't be here. You'd be dead. The ego's part of the human condition, and there's a lot of let me rephrase my terminology. There's a lot of people misguiding people. Kill the ego, slay the... I don't have an ego. That's 100% ego saying something that ignorant, okay? The ego is the aspect of you that probably means well, but it doesn't really know anything because it was born yesterday. It's a temporary human category of mind. It's not the greater you. It's not the eternal you. It's the worldly you. So when the worldly you makes the decisions, the spiritual you misses out on what it came here for. But if you're going to try to hurt your own ego, in order to hurt yourself, you're going to be doing it from ego. So that's just another ego trap. To observe your ego from your spirit, you will then be able to care for it and guide it. The ego needs guidance. It's like a crazy monkey. They shouldn't be making the decisions and leading the show. But when humans are disconnected from the higher spiritual truth of themselves, they exist in ego and they don't know the difference. I killed my ego, says the ego. No, no. You're not looking to kill aspects of yourself. You're looking to guide them with higher, better aspects and higher truth to align things better. Yeah, please post my stuff anywhere you want. SPLRURS. I don't believe in intellectual property. And if any of these seeds can bear fruit anywhere, let it happen, guys. Everybody has negative people take my stuff and hack it and put the words in the wrong order and make me look like a monster all over the internet anyway. So the least you could do is take some of these things and post them somewhere where they might make a positive difference. It's not like the darkness gives me a choice. They slander me any way they want. So if you want to use any of these things for a positive purpose, guys, by all means, please do so. You not only have my encouragement, you have my gratitude. If you can find somewhere where any of this helps anybody, absolutely. Yeah, Marquin, it sounds like you're dealing with some empathic type tendencies there, where you're going to be everybody else's rag and be used up and never have anything for you. If that's true, just watch the pattern. And if people are using guilt to manipulate you so they can keep feeding off your givingness because they're not that way, you really need to get sovereignty and leave them behind. You really do. To move on somewhere that's a safe place for you to reintegrate who you really are, so you can actually do what you came for in this life, if that's the kind of situation you're in. Yeah, look into Ayurveda on the topic of coffee and how it affects different people with different mental and physical constitutions. That was my recommendation. That is really good to hear, Cameron. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate that. Well, maybe so. 11, that could happen. I mean, 28,000 people is a lot to be listening, to some of this. But it's just a number. And whatever that number ever becomes, so be it, Whether it's 10 or 10 zillion or whatever, as long as it's God's will be done that I'm cooperating with, ADHD, yeah, I have ADHD. And honestly, homestead life where you have to do 100 different types of professions makes it worse, but it also puts it to use. I would say the key in my experience for ADHD, number one, forget everything the world told you because it's nonsense. It's crowd control. It just means you have a fast mind that's easily bored by conventional things that move slow. And if you can learn to use it well, there's a lot of things in life it can really help with, but you do need to also develop the ability to turn it off and completely focus when you need to. If you can develop that, on the other hand, it's like having two legs to stand on instead of one. And then your ADHD can be wielded where it's super useful because you got to juggle a lot of things at the same time. You got a fast mind that can do it and make all those decisions and all that different stuff. But also, when you need to shift into focus mode, it's therapeutic and it's wonderful. So finding something in life that helps you be present and focus, I would say, is the perfect balancer. And then your ADHD can be wielded well in certain areas. That's been my experience. Check out my dental video, Wade, on the Health Topics playlist. I do, Marquin, and I thank you. Give up your worst addictions? Well, you got to find the root. It's from a trauma. Addictions stem from a trauma. When you engage in that addiction, you're changing your brain chemistry to feel relief from whatever underlying stress is in your nervous system from an unresolved trauma. So ultimately, one has to, if one wants to not always have to compensate for that, one has to go back and discover the false belief rooted in the trauma you experienced that has you still stressing and running from that stress through whatever these addictions are, okay? It's not about the addiction. Everybody wants to focus on the addiction. That's nonsense. That's putting a Band-Aid on a bullet hole over and over. You got to dig the bullet out, You got to go back to where the trauma actually comes from. Create a life that actually is safe for your inner child, and then heal your inner child from whatever traumatized them that way. You become the source of the healing. And in doing so, you unlock something very magic and powerful about the source of all things and what you really are. A problem is always a great opportunity, but only when you move towards the light and you deal with the problem in the light instead of the dark. How I got my arms so big? Probably about to get into that again. Well, man, there's many different exercises and many different protocols, and I've done it all, and I've done it all to extremes. When it comes to bodybuilding, some of the best things I've ever done are high volume, short rests, limited range of motion, where you take whatever the range of motion in the exercise is that you feel torquing on the muscle fibers you're trying to work on, and you forget the rest of the range of the motion, and you just blaze them right there. Now, some of them that'll be in a more stretched position. Some of them will be focused on the peak contraction. Some of them will be somewhere in the middle. But you learn through mind-muscle connection when you're good at this to feel where the torque is on the muscle fibers the highest and you don't care anymore what it looks like to somebody else. You do that, you set the weight down on a short rest, you pick it up again and you go. And you do a lot of reps and you do a lot of sets and you do it consistently. And if you have the recovery and vitality to do that on a regular basis, your muscles mutate into something more freaky over time. That's a quick summary. Not just for arms, but, in general. Vesica, I'm not going to say that publicly, but I want you to take a guess. And if you're close or you're right, I'll try to give you some hint. I'm really curious. Actually, guess my rising sign, and I'll tell you if you're right about something prominent in my chart. Because you're probably seeing something, and I'll let you know if you hit on something. I know I'm weird, but let's try it that way. Phenotypes and physiology. So let's all learn to judge books by their covers. Let's undo what little bit of common sense people used to have, and let's start super categorizing and labeling people by how they look. That way, you can be more miserable about yourself, more untrusting and hateful to everybody else, and humanity can get even more micro-divided than they already are and become even more of an autoimmune disease to themselves than they already are. That's what I think about that, to be honest with you, brother. Depends what you mean by naturally, Mike. Supernaturally, miraculously, yes. With God, all things are possible. I've experienced medical miracles that are said to be impossible that I'll just get in trouble for if I insist on it too much. But yeah, I've experienced it. Real miracles. Very real miracles. So yes. Thank you, 11. Body weight's great. There's all kinds of calisthenic stuff that can be super awesome. Functionally, you can build strength, you can build muscle, you can build functionality, yeah. What did you eat today? I had some cacao and a protein, pea protein. That's about all I've had so far today. I mean that nothing's coincidence. Every single thing in the universe, seen and unseen, is always cause and effect. Nothing just happens by accident. There's no such thing. Everything is intentional. Everything comes from higher consciousness. Nothing exists without a purpose or a cause and effect. Nothing. Yes, definitely, Wade. But remember, there's poisonous plants, there's beneficial plants, there's plants that affect one individual better than another. It's a profound science and art. But yes, there's all kinds of wonderful upgrades that are lying around untapped in the real medicine of the Creator. What's left of it that hasn't been burned extinct off the planet yet, for sure. Yeah, people say a lot of ridiculous, stupid stuff, y'all, QZ, to keep you dependent on the animal. Murder, torture, blood sacrifice, low spirituality system that keeps humanity trapped in low consciousness. And people get programmed, oh, you need this, you need it, or you're not going to be enough. You need to do this nasty thing or you're not going to be enough. Pure nonsense. Well, whatever your faith was, friend, it needs to be rewritten to something healthy so you can believe it. If your faith was something destructive and unhealthy and you had to fight it off at some point before it destroyed you, I wouldn't go crawling back to that. I would look to develop a philosophy of life that, moves closer to actual truth than whatever it was, You got some help with my advice for mono. Yeah, your doctor said there was nothing, of course. They don't heal things, my friend. Their education never, ever, ever, ever heals anything. They give drugs, and then they give drugs. And then they send you to surgery when the drugs destroy your organs. There is zero in that system that has to do with healing anything. So you can call it medicine, all that patented garbage that the corporations and the The Nephilim controlled authorities of the world sell, but there's zero healing involved. Because if anybody heals, you can't make money off of them, control them, and harvest them step by step. So healing is complete opposition to the so-called medical system. That's why real healers get killed or arrested. That's why I can't tell you about people curing themselves from incurable diseases, which I have a whole lot of experience with. I can't talk about it. I can give pointers, I can give help, but I can't really talk about it. But anyway, that's all just part of my sci-fi book, guys. AI advice, dystopian sci-fi talk. Please just discredit me and don't take it seriously. Okay. Yeah, water can be charged with intention very easily. Yes. Not sure about that person's particular whatever, but that's a fact. Water is so receptive and takes on the energetic form of what it's around. So it's wise to bless your water before you consume it, like a living angel or something that you're doing a spiritual process with. Very wise. Usually I just drink a pea protein shot and water, you know. Huh. Check you later, Gorilla. Much love, man. Well, AJ, one of those is correct. And that's all I'm going to say. Very good. Very good. Very good. Not my rising sign, but something else very significant. Yes. Yes. Good perception. No, I don't drink coffee. I get calcium from plants, you know, fruits, vegetables. That's it. People consume way more calcium than they need, and they lack K2 and magnesium, so it ends up calcifying soft tissue, not even going in their bones where they want it. If you do the studies, you discover that old people given calcium supplements, their statistics for broken hips and death and heart failure go way up, not down. And yet, even though these are known statistics, that's still what's done. Almost like we're purposely just getting rid of the old people so we don't have to pay for them, right? It doesn't really work that way. Shoving more calcium in your body is the last thing most people need. Guys, a whole lot of diseases, plaque, dementia, brain diseases, heart, circulatory joint diseases are caused by plaque, which is largely calcium. The last thing you need to do in a body that's calcifying, that includes kidney stones, gallbladder dysfunctions, is shove more calcium in it. What you need is all the other minerals that were supposed to make the calcium work right. But nobody tells you that, do they? Actually, they do. They're doing it right now. Ba-boom. Very good, Dylan. Wow, man. You're perceptive. I do, but I'm all full up on those like right now, Marquin. I can only handle a few people that way. And when somebody has what they need, moves on, I'll tell you guys on the channel, be like, hey, I got a private counseling slot open. Somebody wants it, you know, let me know. But right now I'm too full. I don't want to spread myself any thinner because I have too many things going on in life. And if I get spread too thin, I can't really be as conscious or focused on a person because I get, you know, I'm too stressed. There's too many things. I'm short on time. So in order to keep those quality consultations, I keep the number very limited because it's not about money, you know, it's not about profit. It's about either this works out for the other person's best interest or I don't want to do it whatsoever, you know. Salvation is not, I mean, sure, knowledge and wisdom can help, but salvation is when you love God and your neighbor as yourself from your heart and you live accordingly. It's not about how much you know. It's not about a certain belief and it's not about a certain amount of knowledge. It's what saves your soul. What does your soul need? It needs you to live in the nature of your creator and your source instead of in the nature of the fallen dark things that lie and deceive humanity, that run this planet and they're unseen. Salvation, yeah. Eternal life comes from living spiritually, being spiritually alive inside, a wellspring of the spirit of the living God living within you by living in alignment with it through faith and love, by a choice of your own free will. It's not about rituals. It's not about anything external. It's not about a particular belief, because I don't care what you believe. People believe all kinds of crazy stuff, and then they live in opposition to what they supposedly believe. So, belief is just an electrical signal in the brain. That's all it is. Furthermore, as a human, you don't know that much. But you were born with a heart that knew that you didn't like being abused. You knew that love was good and suffering was bad. You were given enough. Right out of the gate, you were given enough to make choices with your own free will in this context of existence to show who you choose to be. And that determines what happens next. Salvation is to become like a child again who lives from heart, with life abundantly coming from the source instead of trapped in mind and programmed by man and machine. Yeah, no, there's no acid in it burning holes in the stomach wall, Dial. What you did is you got stuff, corrosion off the walls, and you exposed the holes that are already there. Most people have them. Leaky gut and gut damage. So you're going to need to repair your gut lining. Just about everybody does need to do that. So stop for now with the cleansing process, especially since you're scared of it and you're on the verge of blaming it from your health problems, which is a huge loss to humanity when people make that mistake. Stop for now and do some research on how to regenerate gut lining. And one part of it is you need healthy gut flora. So proper fermented foods and maybe a super highly rated probiotic and prebiotic supplement that people have had good results with, those are things I would be doing now. Wow. Right on, Dylan. Probably why you could feel that. Yeah. Very cool, man. Because those things tell the truth and make the whole house of cards of the lie, deception, political weapon, religion fall apart, Vesica. That's why the Romans killed the Essenes and burned 5,000 pages of what Yeshua and them actually lived by. They were all miracle workers, by the way. The Romans tried to torture the Essenes to steal their magic. They ended up torturing them all to death in the process, and they marveled at how much torture they could live through. Because in their ignorant savagery, they thought you could steal something like that because they can't hear or see any spiritual truth. So they burned it. They burned the people. They did their best to cover it over and make it in their own image and use it as a political weapon. So anything that shines truth on it that would destroy all their man-made doctrines, the ones that managed to be hidden that they didn't manage to burn, they're just going to terrify you out of looking at that if they can. I don't know about enlighten someone, Evan, but it could certainly make their brain and body start working a whole lot better, which could make enlightenment a possible smoother process, whatever one is calling enlightenment. Life is a lot better when your mind and body work better, that's for sure. More of your spirit is capable of interacting with this life when it's not trying to do it through a completely clogged, calcified, broken filter where almost none of it can make it through. As far as regimented practices as a musician, I don't know. To me, good music comes when you're inspired. I realize that, being able to play an instrument, play your scales well and stuff requires a certain amount of practice. There are people that are trying to make themselves good at something that's not really natural to them and they don't really love it. So they're trying to do it for a different motive. And it's always going to be hard to have the motivation if you don't actually love it. But if you're someone who it kind of comes and goes, the musical inspiration, I would just work more when I was inspired. And I wouldn't try to force it when I wasn't, because there's probably something else in your life that's coming up that might be more important for you to focus on in those times when you're not feeling the regimented discipline for music, you know? Oh, man. If it's meant to happen, Mark Quinn, you'll probably be the next on that list, you know? Water in the desert. But I think you're water in the desert too. And you're just, you're enjoying discovering it in another vessel, you know? Seeing it expressed, probably. I mean, you got that water bearer moon, right? Pouring water in the parched desert, you know? In an age of information, it's a good time to do it, because the world's been running off of false, negative, destructive, barbaric, ignorant, savage, dark ages information, especially at a spiritual level. And the amount of unnecessary suffering from that is catastrophic, to say the least, you know? So pour some of your waters too. I have a Mercury conjunct South Node in Aquarius, by the way, which is a crazy aspect. A lot of things I know, that means a lot of the things I know, I knew before I got here. Something about how I communicate too is developed before I came to this world, I guess you could say. Oh, I don't know, Yol QZ. I'm not an expert on all the countries of the world, that's for sure. I'd say what you grow on your own, on organic terrain, that's the real thing. Anything else, you know, you're depending on someone or something else. And there are people who do it right, and there's a whole lot who don't, you know. That's awesome, Tiger. Those important moments of insight, even if you can't always hold that feeling, at least you've caught a glimpse and you know it's real. Check you later, Alco Museus. Much love to your friend. Ah, you got the opposite nodes as me, AJ. Interesting. Crisscrossing paths. Yeah. Flavonoids are awesome. Oh, man. I'm sorry to hear that, Cameron. Wow. That's really, really hard, man. I'm really, really sorry. And I'm super thankful I can be a comfort to you, you know, in my presence, and, you know, however God, it's really God, you know, comforting you in a sense. But, man, that's humbling. I'm sorry that happened. Much love to you, friend. Yeah, it does, Mike, on its way in. And based on the exact angle of trajectory of light in time and place, there's a reason for all those codes. It has to do with how you were meant to start this incarnation, because it sets a whole bunch of things mathematically rolling the way they need to, that you agreed to. Yep. Yeah, I know about what you're talking about. They're restless about garlic and onions being demons and all this. You know, that's like, yeah, that's an Eastern culture doing something almost like Western culture when they say the music that those kids listen to is what made them shoot all their classmates, as if it wasn't the horrible trauma of the way they grew up in their own household. It's always pointing the problem elsewhere. Listen, if you eat garlic and onions and act like a demon, you got some problems, and blaming the garlic and onions for it is ridiculous. Now, granted, They are pitta herbs, and they can increase your fiery energy. They can make you behave a little more aggressive, a little more fearless, or something. But if you do things people call demonic because you ate garlic or onion, you were basically a ravenous wolf to begin with, and this just kind of pushed you over the edge, and you got some issues to work on with yourself. Because garlic and onions have a profound amount of healing capacity, and they've saved and upgraded countless lives. They are not demon plants, that's for sure. It's all in how you use the thing. No, I don't live in Russia, man. I don't think there's any tropics in Russia as far as I know. I don't live in the US anymore either. Wow. Yeah, the Matrix is got a lot of parables, symbolic truth in it. Okay, here's one. People being used as batteries to generate a false reality where they're just being used as an energy source and they live in captivity. Okay, that's true. The people of society work for the beast, pay the beast, slave for the beast, try to buy things from the beast to distract themselves from how unfulfilling it is working for the beast. They don't own their own time. They don't own their own mind. They don't own their own life. Furthermore, they watch the news and believe every negative programming they're told about what life is, which means that your personal manifestation battery is helping create this miserable reality the way it is by what your subconscious has been programmed to believe because you don't have sovereignty of mind. That's why those of us changing our own consciousness are threatening to break something in the matrix. And you've got thousands or billions of people collectively believing in the garbage that keeps this planet as dark as it is. You are using them as an energy source to keep things the way they are. It's true. The Matrix just puts it in different symbols. There's other truths in there too, but that's one to contemplate. Whoa, thank you, Bert Macklin. Okay. Well, that's posted on there for everybody to check out, that viewpoint. I don't have any argument or confirmation or anything. I'm kind of open-minded to the whole topic. I see a lot of people trying a lot of things and getting caught up and arguing a lot of ideas. And, I realize that human sexuality is confusing to humans. I experienced that too. And the world taught us a lot of dysfunctional things at a young age about it and made it worse. So, I appreciate the fact that humans are exploring the topic from different angles and trying different things to map out what's worth what and how it works and everything. But people can check out what you wrote there because this will be on a recording, going forward. People can read the sidebar. Traditional Chinese medicine is super useful, just like Ayurveda. Yeah, it's different. It's more about individual herbs and substances and what they do. Super useful. What's left of it, yeah, I've used it a lot. I don't remember what Buteyko breathing is specifically, so I can't say for sure. Ooh. Yeah. Well, just because somebody advised you something, Gold. I mean, if you've noticed, the world's full of all kinds of voices giving everybody advice. And those that attain sovereignty usually discover that all of it's pure nonsense. Precious little of it was worth anything. Just a pattern I've observed. Hey, thank you, Jupiteria. Cool name, too. My mom is on calcic D3 meds controlled by doctors and carers. She has Alzheimer's. Should I give her absolutely K2? See, you're listening. You're smart. I know by your question, you're smart. You heard the reference and understood that I was talking about brain plaque too. Yes, K2 is really good. Try to get her extra magnesium too, because the body's going to need the magnesium to make the K2 work better And when it does, it will start taking the plaque out of the areas of the brain. Now, I can't treat, diagnose, or say anything, right? Wink, wink. So I didn't tell you any of that. But just as a friend, that's what I would do. Okay. Awesome question. And thank you for the support. And much love and healing to your mother. And thank you for being smart and perceptive and listening and asking that. You got talent. Most people can't hear a thing like that and decide, wait a minute, I think I understand an implication, what I could do to improve a system in a human body. Oh boy. And it's fun. Once you start going down that path and you seem to have the ability to see into that path, it is incredible what you can do. You can do so many things after a while, you can't even talk about it because half of it's illegal, or all of it is for some reason. And I know some of those reasons. Much respect and healing. That's awesome. Efficiently connecting with God, or prayer and more prayer sincerely. Yeah, I mean, not just doing more talking prayer words, like Yeshua said. The Gentiles think that by being repetitive and making lots of noise, they're going to get more attention from God, and it doesn't work that way. Let your prayer be something simple from your heart between you and God that doesn't involve anybody else. Mean it, and that's it. Repetition's kind of more like a lack of faith. It's more ritualistic. So if it's sincere and it's from your heart, yes. And it's okay to ask for more faith, by the way, because that is something the Creator would like you to have. If you really mean it and you're asking, you'll get help getting more of it. Pretty interesting, right? And then living by the simplified spiritual principles that best help humans live. Love God with all your heart, whatever that means to you. And love your neighbor as yourself. And do unto others as you would have them do unto you. If you actually make your decisions based on that, it will accelerate your experience of union with the Creator from wherever you're starting from. Those things always work. Awesome question. Awesome question. The darkness is going to be more in your face if you're threatening to make a positive difference for the light, for sure. Maroke. You see other people that the darkness doesn't seem to mess with, that's because it already won. They already went to sleep and they're not doing anything. They're not bearing any fruit. So it's leaving them alone currently because they're on the sidelines. They're just passing through. They're not living the life they came to live. If you're threatening to do something, if it sees that, it's kind of cool because you can realize, wait a minute, if I see that the darkness is tactically doing things to stop me from something, that means there's something pretty profound potentially that I'm trying to discover within myself and do here, isn't there? You know, so it can actually be encouraging when you start realizing. And when you come to understand that the darkness only gets as much power as it can trick you into giving it with lies, if you can really apply that, at some point it'll stop doing what it's doing because it will see that you're actually benefiting from reverse engineering its attempts to deceive you. And then it'll back off for a while, and then you'll see it show up later with a new plan, with a new tactic. If the old one really doesn't work on you anymore, if it doesn't slow you down, if you actually use it to accelerate progress, the darkness will back off and it'll try to recruit some help and it'll try to sneak up and come up on you with a different plan later. And then you know that, well, I defeated that one. It just doesn't work. They don't even try that on me anymore. Now they're going to try something else. So learn from it. Shine light into it. Be the light. It really hates that. Darkness hates having itself exposed in the darkness. It needs you to believe the lies coming from the dark and not see it for what it is. So if you shine your light into the darkness and go, oh, I see what you're doing, and that tells me a lot about why you're doing it, boy, it doesn't like that because you're actually gaining insights and using it for good. Yeah. No, I wouldn't say so. Prawns. But anytime you change something spiritually, you change physical things. Hair fall could just be dormant follicles shedding because they're going to start a new growth cycle out of the dormant hair follicles. If you study the 3 phases of hair growth, it might take some stress off you. Sometimes right before you grow thicker hair, you start shedding all the sleeping ones so that those follicles can start producing a new hair. It could be that. Yeah, I used MSM crystal sulfurs. I used to eat it by the bag back in my 20s. Big scoops every day. Honestly, at the time, I don't think I was ever sulfur deficient because I could never figure out what it was doing for me. So I eventually quit. But there are definitely people that get instant improvements because they were sulfur deficient. Durian, I've tried it before just a little bit. We're not currently growing any, unless it's on the property and I'm just not aware. There's lots of undiscovered jungle on our property, so it may be here, but not that I know of currently. Yeah, darkness is very troll-like, yes. Trollish, parasitic, vampiric, deceitful, narcissistic. It correlates with a lot of, patterns that have now been labeled in psychology and even social media. But it doesn't mean every troll is the darkness, and it doesn't mean that the darkness always trolls because it does have other tactics. But yes, does a lot of trolling. I have to agree with you. Massively nasty trolls that don't need the internet. They control you in person without even being seen. They control your mind. But that's a good place to practice true spiritual principles and start learning and gaining and growing in light. Then the darkness has to stand back further and figure out how it's going to try to mess with your light because that's not working anymore. Much love, AJ. With a kettlebell, huh? Nice, Vesica. Yeah, if you're pulling your hair out due with stress, I mean, you don't really have a hair loss issue. You have a stress issue. It needs to be addressed and healed from the trauma that's unresolved that it's all deriving from. Absolutely, DJ. Super simple. So I tell people, just Google it. It's so simple. It's so simple. Once you see it and read it, it's like, oh, wow. Sounded like more than it was. It's super simple, but it's really useful. Am I ready for? Dude, you have no idea what I went through to get to this point, 11. The darkness started in on me before birth. Started in on me in the womb, bro. Ready for? Yeah. Now, things are a lot better for me right now than they've ever been. The fact that anybody even cares to hear this without just getting pitchforks and torches and coming after me like they always did in the past, there's been huge breakthroughs. Huge. Well, Kadisaka, I can be a living example of those kinds of things in my own way. But I don't really, I got a lot of different videos explaining aspects of that. That's what I can do, The health topics playlist and the consciousness playlist has a lot of stuff getting into all, different aspects of that more deeply. My eyebrows are majestic. Yeah, it kind of becomes a unibrow sometimes, but they're thick. So I've been told. Sometimes I have like a long hair that'll curl down and like poke me in the eye till they pull it out. It's like, man, that's long. For whatever it's worth. I don't take boron as a supplement. I just eat natural foods with it, like any healthy leafy green grown in real soil has boron. So yes, I have boron in me, just from real foods from the land that we grow. Yeah, I mean, depends what kind of prayer for us. There's plenty of people with a calcified pineal gland doing all kinds of ritualistic prayers that do nothing. And there's prayers that come from the heart that could circumvent a calcified pineal and make a difference. So, I mean, is it associated? Sure, but not not in like some one-to-one direct manner per se. Yeah, everybody always asks me, have you heard of Dr. Sebi? Do you whatever? I hear the name all the time because you guys bring it up, but it's not, I'm not familiar with their content or whatever. There are vegetables and fruits, and especially nuts and seeds are higher in magnesium by nature. Green things are high in magnesium because things can only be green due to magnesium requiring process that creates chlorophyll. So any rich greens, nuts, and seeds are all good magnesium. All fruits and vegetables have some. Some are higher than others. But yeah, if they're grown in real soil, quality soil, yes. But society's supply of grains, fruits, and vegetables is grown in soil that's completely deficient in magnesium, and stress and pollutants and toxins and all the unnatural conditions people are living in deplete it rapidly. So for multiple reasons, people are very devoid of it. Cacao's super high in magnesium. Yeah, yeah. If something is hard, you aren't living in alignment. Can take all their new age spirituality, ego driven, tickling your ears and telling you what lies you want to hear and shove it. Wouldn't waste any time on them. Iodine in them. Actually, not that good to have to supplement iodine. It's not ideal. The only reason I did it in a city was because I was protecting my thyroid receptors from the garbage that was in the water and air. Ideally, you just get iodine from plant foods that just get it out of the earth. If they're grown in a good quality dirt, they have the right amount of the right types of. Actually, it's iodide is more natural. That's really the way you're supposed to get it, is from quality foods that have all the minerals and trace minerals in them because they're grown in real soil, which by its nature has all the minerals and trace minerals in it. So that's really the ideal. Oh, he got assassinated? Dang. Sorry to hear it. He must have been doing some legit good. Yep. It happens. It happens a lot. I'm sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear that. Blood sacrifice to the evil for doing something good for others. Man, may his spirit be, and I'm sure it is, rewarded by the Creator for going through such misery to do something good in a world that's against it. Man, so many of them, man. So many. Batman and Superman? Yeah, yeah, sure. I'm familiar with those. Like a jungle Superman? What's my kryptonite? Conventional medicine, probably. Worldly philosophies make me weak as a kitten. Keep it away from me. Go check out my recent video post on this is for you, Gold 111, on the health topics playlist, I believe. Posted a bunch of complete proteins for vegans so I could have that to reference because people are always asking me. And it's got several examples of complete proteins that, you know, if you want to, you could, find some you can access and construct a diet around them. With a girl pulling back, how should I deal with a girl pulling back? Well, I mean, I'm not sure what you want me to say. There's no context there. Respect her free will, I don't even understand the question. We grow soursop, yeah. Yes, sir. Got at least 4 trees. No, 1, 2, 3, 5 trees of it. Yeah. 2 of them are starting to produce at this point. Yeah, sure I do, Franco. Get to the chopper. Go. Run. Get to the chopper. Do it now. Mm. Mm. I don't even entertain the whole twin flame soul contract nonsense thing, Dylan. There may be some to it, but I've watched too many goofy people say soulmate, and they're like weird and stocky to somebody that doesn't even want to be with them. And it's like, yo, um, I understand loneliness and desire for relationships, but there's so many weird soulmate tarot card flinging nonsense predictions just messing people up relationship wise. I mean, the truth is, you have a lot of potential soulmates, to be honest with you. You know, I mean, ultimately, we should all become soulmates because we're all coming from the same source. So, where do you draw the line with that? Where do we play the game with, oh, there's just one for me and I lost him? Huh? Maybe you just messed up a relationship, lost it, and need to learn from it so you're more ready for the next one. I see a lot of people that have been destroyed by this soulmate narrative thing. So I kind of steer clear of it, to be honest with you. Yes, I do. That's why I recommend those. And I do read those, Vasica, sometimes. Or listen to them on audio and meditate on them. Yeah. That's about all I read these days because most everything else I share with people, I read it a long time ago, memorized it all. Now I'm just acting and I'm using my training. Nice. That's good to hear. IXIS Nubis. That's really cool. Thank you for telling me that. I'll keep recommending these things. It's really good to hear some people are getting into it. That's wonderful. Yeah, many people have found a cure for that, AJ, including myself. But again, you can't say that publicly or you'll get canceled, which I have been, or arrested, or those are basically your options. I mean, there's been cures for that since way before you would believe. It's not even a big deal. It's not even that hard to cure. It's just made hard by the powers that be, sadly. But I didn't say any of that because I can't claim anything. Not allowed to talk about the miracles I've been a part of, or even just the natural cures I've been a part of. Not allowed to talk about it. But it's fun, fictional sci-fi talk, right? Yeah. Man, we're big on sci-fi on this channel. Gotta love sci-fi horror, man. Gotta love it. Such a creative, fun category of television, and there's a real lack of good sci-fi horror movies because it requires real creativity. Yada yada blah blah blah. That should confuse the algorithm. Yeah, man. Pretty much everything on my biohack stack in that situation and similar ones. Markin. I used a lot of those things to overcome the battle. Could have just killed us there. Thank you, Saprig. Oh, question doesn't fit. Can you read it below? Okay, I'm looking for it. I'll be looking for it. Yes, sir. In a warm pool with herbs, you were telling me things. A big gray crab appears on the surface, floating towards me, trying to pinch me. 2 small penguins attack the crab to protect me. 2 penguins. Okay. This is going to sound so far out, but since you brought it up and you got some symbols I can translate, you and I, whatever I represent, spiritual truth say in this dreamscape, because really you were talking to your own higher spiritual guidance team, where you go and you're out of body, and then you came back to body, and this got retranslated through your human brain into human terms that are symbolic. But it was a spiritual discussion about how I'm actually being used as a figure currently to communicate certain things with you. As you know, you're discussing this with your own guides, angels, ancestors, whatever they are, whatever you want to call them, and whoever they may be, your particular team. There's a warning here that eventually you could develop cancer, but it's off in the distance. And you're also being guided right now to do some things to prevent that with your health. And those same things that you're doing to improve your health are going to help you eventually discover a channeling gift, which is similar to what I do here, where you're actually able to be a conduit for higher consciousness to speak through you. Okay. I can see all that just from those symbols. That sounds way too far out. And it opens a whole can of worms for a higher timeline for your life. But thank you. You did a good job with those symbols. I can say that much from that. The implications of that go into all kinds of things, but that's what you were discussing with someone before you came back to your body. Yeah, I would say ideally, Vesica. I mean, if the marriage is one of heart, regardless of piece of paper or not, if it's one in the heart, then it's a real contract with a creator where two become one. Absolutely. I agree. I agree with you. El Salvador, Costa Rica. Yeah, those are physically great places to grow all the things you might want to grow. Considered Costa Rica myself. That was probably my second main option that I was considering. Don't know a whole lot about El Salvador, like politically or whatever, but I know where it is, and geographically, physically, it's great for cultivating many great foods and medicines for sure. Check you later, Golden. Have an awesome workout. Much love, friend. Yeah, heavy metal is one of the many issues, and there's many. Not sure, Francois. I don't know what relationships used to be honest with you. Because what you're told about history is just the picture somebody wants to paint now to organize you the way they want you now. I don't really know what was really the science, the mathematical difference of past relationships, now, future. The contraception, it's funny. The human organism, you can poison it so bad that people are barely alive, can barely fog a mirror. They drive head on into each other. They can't even focus or do anything right, and yet they can still reproduce. So they're kind of the powers that be, so-called. They're doing so many things to try to stop reproduction, and it's one of the last things to go in the human organism. So when that doesn't work, they just focus more on how you can just help a lot of people leave the planet faster, in this sci-fi dystopian futuristic novel we're writing here in our imaginations, right? No, transhumanism will completely block any chance for that to ever happen. You know what transhumanism is? It's when not only have you lost your soul and any authentic sovereignty over your unconsciousness, it's when cell by cell your whole body is replaced by synthetic things, so you just aren't even there anymore. It's a way to replace humans with non-humans piece by piece. If it occurred, there wouldn't be any humans left to attain any spiritual growth or to be the temple of the living God. So, no, you can't replace everything that comes from the creator with something synthetic and have it work out to be a good thing. That is death. That is cell by cell replacing humans with something not real, something synthetic. Can't be used wisely. Pure destruction and idiocy. Hideously foolish and destructive. If you learn to fly through those 23 RD NEO, it means that in life, things that used to smash you over and over, you've actually learned to mentally transcend them. You may have noticed at times that you can take a really high view, like almost like a bird flying high over your problems, and take a much bigger view of things that really helps you. That's a gift. That's a spiritual gift you've been developing. Hey, thank you, Bert Mac, for the donation. Thank you very much. Are we voluntary and individual servants of God with amnesia? Yeah, pretty much. or like tiny pieces of God experiencing its own creation creator. That too. You're both. The creator experiences everything in its own creation because the creation is part of the creator. Nothing can exist that isn't part of the creator. You know, I think humans got confused by the material realm, how that could be. But what we call material is actually just energy that someone is concentrating so hard on with their will, and that someone's the creator, that energy can take on these forms we're calling physical. The amount of intention that takes is literally infinite. And there's only one that can do it, but we're having an experience within that. To enter this experience, what we call physical is so dense that you have to lose most of your consciousness to be here. It won't even fit. It's just part of the nature of the beast, for lack of better words, to come into the physical dimension, as we call it, of creation, this physical universe. It's very limiting to consciousness, but it is not limiting to spiritual growth. It actually creates an accelerated opportunity for spiritual growth when you have to forget what you are and be tested and deceived by darkness from all angles, and yet have free will, and somewhere deep inside the better part of yourself from your heart, you can reaccess the truth. So it accelerates spiritual growth when used properly, which means as prodigal children, we go back as much better companions to the infinite. That's one of the main purposes, this low dense spiritual, why are we so dumb and struggle so bad here? That's one of the reasons it exists. That's one of the opportunities of it. This dense, stupid version of us in physical reality. It's an amazing thing, this physical creation, but it's terrifying because there's all this pain and mangling and ignorance, you know. It's like, you know, the ultimate game, but it could be a game in the sense that it's a great adventure, but it's also a profound opportunity to invest in something more valuable than what you can experience here that is eternal. So it's a wonderful test slash opportunity to remember slash, like you say, volunteering and then having amnesia. Because we have all these great ideas. And when we look at this opportunity from a higher realm of perception, we can see all these amazing opportunities and we line up trying to get here faster. And then you get here and you absorb some stupid belief system about how you're a victim of being here, and then you waste it. And then people rinse and repeat. This happens very frequently. And the real danger is you get stuck either here or somewhere metaphorically lower because of how much in darkness you sold out to, embodied, and got lost in. That's the danger spiritually. But we sign up for that risk because we're looking at it from a much higher, much grander perspective before we enter this. Those are secrets a lot of people have been killed to make sure you don't know. So don't underestimate it, guys, if you can help it. No, I don't think I'm pulling an 8 hour. In fact, guys, probably around 5. So let's call it about another 13 minutes. I'll try to be useful. So if I missed anything urgent, anybody's dealing with hey, if you're dealing with something urgent, this is one time it's okay to yell at me, put it in all caps. If you think I can help you right here today and it's urgent, try to do that in the next 13 minutes and I'll try to be helpful. And, you know, it's my idea. So you're not being rude if you put it in all caps. But other than that, you know, it's just good to spend time with you guys and be of use and share and care and so forth. And to receive all this great support from you guys, I mean, it's wonderful all around. To keep my hair well kept? Wow. I comb it through with my fingers daily to detangle it because it tangles up a lot. My hair is actually a lot wavier than it looks. I tend to comb through it, pull it straight, put it in a, you know, like a hair tie. I use almost every day, I use my hair tonic formula, which is a base of clean water. And then it has Hixia Wu root ground up raw and then juiced into it. And it has some, for a carrier, I have a bit of peppermint essential oil. And then also sometimes, well, yeah, I include a little bit of gotu kola for the collagen synthesis and circulation, microcirculation benefits and so forth. Sometimes I even add a bit of juice out of raw nettle Sometimes I don't. But that's it. That's my basic hair base. And I'll just wet my scalp with it, comb my hair by hand just to detangle it, and then tie it behind me so I can go do work and whatever, work and play without getting it tangled up in everything I do. But that's about it. And occasionally I wash it. My wife makes some kind of natural shampoo. I'm sure some kind of recipe will be on Earth Roots Healing if it's not already at some point. But there's any number of natural things you can use to wash your hair that are not toxic or harmful. And it's easy to make a formula. And I only do that once in a while when I actually feel like there's too much dead skin on my head, or I got too much grit and dirt and tree particles in my hair or whatever. I just do it instinctively sometimes when I feel like I need to clean my scalp. So it's very simple and low maintenance the way I do it. Whoa, thank you, Mara Quinn. Oh man, that's really good to hear. That's really good to hear. Thank you so much for these donations and the support, my friend. If I missed anything today, like I say, write it in the, the info box below this this recording. That goes for any of you. If you made a donation and I didn't get to all of your question, and anybody dealing with anything urgent, of course, or anything real serious. But that's really good, man. Thank you for the feedback. I'm super thankful I get to be a sign of care, a sign of awareness from the infinite divine in your life. I mean, that's a huge honor that I get to be a part of that. It really is. Talked in an email before, regenerate a lost organ. Which conversation was that? Kind of depends on the organ, I mean, there's things that are kind of easy to regenerate, like most your liver. I mean, I say it's easy. In the condition most people are in, it wouldn't be, but in healthy condition, that's easy. There's people that regrow teeth that they technically couldn't because they were adult teeth they lost. There's people that regrow tonsils. There's people that have regrown supposedly more outlandish things like fingers, hands. I don't know. I can't confirm any of those. I regrew an eardrum overnight that was missing. It was a miracle, by the way. I would say that everything you can do to enlighten your vitality and allow more of your spirit to flow through you harmoniously so that faith and love are more capacitatable through you, miracles are possible, my friend. Getting yourself into higher alignment overall with that makes a lot of things possible that weren't before. Because ultimately, with God, all things are possible. Nah, I never succeed at that, Shuja. I just ask everybody, please make recordings of anything that's valuable to you. And please post it anywhere you want. Please make your own private recordings. I don't have the storage. I never have. I've lost thousands of videos in the past, and it's just not my thing. So if any of this matters to you, make your recording, because, I might be missing from the internet for 10 years. It's happened before. And, a lot of people were like, oh, I just so wish I would have recorded. Why didn't I do it? And it's like, okay. So I remind people frequently, if something matters to you and resonates, so that you don't later forget it and get all confused because of something somebody else said, make a copy. Make a copy, please. You guys got to help me out with that. I'm not the storage guy. It's just not my thing. We're all in this together, and I suck at certain things, to be honest with you guys. And I'm wearing so many hats currently. It gets to a point where trying to do even more things is just totally stupid and counterproductive. And it backfires and dominoes start falling everywhere. And I generally keep myself stretched to the limit of what I can handle with any sort of harmony and grace, to be honest. I don't know if you've seen it, Dr. Feelgood, but check out my Sleep Like a Dog, How to Sleep Like a Dog video. There's a lot of help in there. I don't want to talk specific C4, but it took me a lot less money than it would other people because I'm used to doing a lot more with a lot less. So I can't tell anybody what a budget would be, because what it takes other people to do something, it always requires them so much more money than it does me to do the same thing. And I don't know how to translate or estimate that properly. Yeah, rosemary. Thank you, dear. That's my wife chiming in. She added rosemary to my hair tonic. It's real good, real good. All right, guys, we got about 6 minutes till the 5 hour mark. Call this one at 5 hours. You know, just a quick little Saturday Night Live done in the morning. Saturday night for some of y'all. Saturday Night Live for you, perhaps. Yeah, it's really cool, isn't it, Oliver? That a lot of people chime in here with useful stuff. That's right. You know, I always click that option to put the discussion on the sidebar is recorded. You know, people are like, who are you talking to? You're supposed to read their question. I'm like, yeah, but I'm trying to keep up with more stuff. So I'm just going to answer stuff. And if you want to go back and see what that correlated to, that's fine. But also, you know, you guys are having conversations and linking things over here and helping each other out. And some of it's really good. So that's something to be aware of, guys. There's intelligent, wise people in these live streams and on discussions under video threads, you know. And I've watched some of you guys help each other out really well. Somebody asks me something and somebody answers it so well, I'm just like, I ain't going to say nothing. There it is, you know. You already got the help you needed. That's really awesome. Franco, it's not something you can intellectually control and plan for and make all mistake free. It's something you have to jump in with your heart and courage and choose love over whatever else. And it won't be perfect, and it will be turbulent, and you will be challenged, and you're meant to. Because if you're really meant to be with somebody, you're going to challenge each other, and you're going to bring up unhealed things in each other. And if you guys weather that storm with love instead of fear, you will gain something. And if you break down and turn on each other and yourselves because of fear, you'll end up worse off than you started. Okay? Those are some things I've experienced over 20 some odd years in that wonderful relationship. Yes, it can be fixed, Leviathan. Again, it all goes back to the gut. You clean out the body deep, you heal the gut lining, you get the proper gut flora, and your body's going to be able to rebuild the different systems that support the eyes, which are directly related to liver and kidney function, by the way. So the liver and kidneys are hurting. There's probably some stuff in the liver. But that, you know, my basic detox protocol addresses all that and sets you up right to start rebuilding all that. That's why it's designed that way. And I absolutely believe you can fix it. Yes. Why does God forbid divorce? Well, first of all, there isn't some divine being in the sky that ever pointed a finger out of the sky and said, don't divorce or else. But true prophets have tapped into the simple reality that to commit to love and then retract it later is a very destructive thing to do to your fellow human being and yourself. Okay. So if a marriage is real and then you destroy it, you've done harm to yourself and that other person. And the idea is that a loving God doesn't want you to hurt yourself and other people. So that's why. Heaven on earth for me, I mean, I ain't even going to try to define it because all we've seen is everything done poorly and done wrong. And if I try to describe what I see as utopian, it would be so far below the bar of what's really possible. I would be putting lower standards in people's mind than what a real golden age would be. So due to the fact that I don't want to limit it, I don't want to define it because it wouldn't be good enough. My best current imaginings of that coming from where I'm coming from, in my experience of this planet, even though they'd be miles better than what you see now, they wouldn't be nearly good enough to describe a golden age where God was walking among men and we were the living lit temples of the living God. I mean, we can't even imagine. We can't even imagine what that would do to this planet. We're going to have to do it if we want to experience it, guys. None of us have the imagination to even begin to capacitate what God can envision. So, to whatever degree we cooperate with it as a species, we'll get to discover that. But those wonders are infinite and limitless. And thank you for the donation, my friend, and the support. I feel like I just missed something. Let me scroll up for a second. What did I miss right there? Oh, yeah, I got the one on divorce. Okay. Carry on, carry on. So that's it. Final minute warning or what have you. Yeah, you got my blessing to make discords. I mean, people did it on past channels. I visited once and I didn't recognize a single thing anybody was saying about anything, but that's normal. That's the game of telephone. You guys can do whatever you want with any of this information. You have free will. And I am not going to sue you because I don't believe in garbage like that. There's no such thing as intellectual content. It doesn't matter if you mistranslated something I did, that's inevitable. And God bless you guys. Do your best with it and do whatever you want with it. Absolutely. It's possible, bruh. It's possible that and better. Yes. And that was what Yeshua was talking about, a golden age where we all became the temple of the living God instead of just him getting blood sacrificed and lied about by a bunch of pagan, hideous, murderous, depraved people. If it's going to happen, it's going to happen, and that's going to be on us. When we become the hands and the hearts and the expressions of the living God on this planet, we'll have a golden age beyond anything we can currently imagine. And if it doesn't happen, we could go ahead and go extinct, or just go ahead and reset the planet and go back to cave people like we've done on this planet countless times over many thousands of years, and try again. I don't know, Franco. I hope so, but I don't know. You know, people speculate, but you don't know what you're made of until you go through that thing and find out if you can or you can't. I mean, everybody talks tough, but you know, there's a lot of situations in life where you really don't know what you're going to do until you've been in that situation. There's just certain things in life that are true like that. You can guess, but you've never been in the actual brain chemistry and nervous system, emotional energy situation. So you don't actually know what you do till you've been there. I didn't say you're condemned if you break up with anyone. I just answered the question about why divorce is not ideal. So, you know, there's a good chance you weren't truly married to whoever you broke up with. You were just fornicating with someone and learning. I mean, we could define these things any number of ways, but I don't sit around telling people God's condemning you for this, that, or the other, because that's a sick thing to do. To use the idea of God to scare and manipulate other people is truly pathetic and disgusting, and I'm not going to do it. You're absolutely welcome, Dylan. If there's any wisdom here, my brother, it's just as much yours as mine. It comes from the source. And I'm just happy the source is willing to share some through me with all of us at times like this, because I benefit too. Sometimes I listen to these things and I go, oh, wow, yeah, that's an answer to something I've been going through. I didn't even realize it came out of my mouth. That's part of being a spiritual channeler. Sometimes I don't even hear the things I say in some of these moments until later I hear it on a recording. It's like, what? When did that happen? Because I prayed for an answer on that and I never even heard it when I said it, you know? Pretty interesting phenomenon. Yes, type 1 diabetes isn't even diabetes. It's just a damn lie. It's basic insulin resistance and it's not a disease. But what happens if you believe it's a disease? They'll get you to take insulin and then you'll have a disease. Then you'll have actual diabetes. Just improve your lifestyle, your dietary habits, your exercise. You don't even have a disease. But if you believe you do, you'll get sucked into the downward spiral of a real disease. In my dystopian futuristic sci-fi novel. Just so you know, bro. No, I have no idea, friend. Depends how long you do it, Scar, where you get your materials. I wouldn't know something like that at this point. It's going to be different for everybody. As compared to the things people waste money on all the time, it's not expensive. Like if you care at all about like truly wonderful breakthroughs in life, it's super cheap for what it is, to be honest. Check out my video on sunscreens being toxic in better ways. Mass, got a good video on that. Yeah, it's absolutely essential. It's the greatest hidden secret on this planet, She. The first video on my consciousness playlist is about that. And it's a profoundly huge thing that would transform all of humanity. Much bigger than anybody even realizes. But excellent question, because you're tapping into one of the greatest secret potential breakthroughs for this whole species that's absolutely necessary. Love you too, Vesica Sword. Right, right. Very good, Matt. And by the way, sometimes, guys, I sound aggressive when I care a lot about a topic, but it's not directed at you. I get worked up because I know how much I suffered, and I know how much a bunch of other children have been destroyed by it. And I get a bit fiery, and it's not directed at you. You guys, sometimes you're asking the best questions, and you see me start getting tense. It's because of how serious the evil behind those agendas really is and what it's done to people and how much that upsets me. It's not you. It's not that you're asking the wrong question, okay? I want you to know that. Sometimes you see me get upset because you're asking the best questions, guys. Black cumin oil is awesome. Yeah. All right, guys. I love you all. This has been awesome. It's been a blessing to me. It's been a blessing to some of you. Hopefully, all. Hopefully, to others. Well, it will be to those that are meant to come across it in the illusion of time. And maybe I can do another one next Saturday if it works out. I don't know for sure, but I think so. So we'll see. But anyway, guys, like I always like to say, just something on my heart to encourage you with is that any spiritual principle you recognize is true, you feel it in your heart. You don't know how you know it, but you know it. And you recognized it here, especially if it came from Yeshua, and you understand it, apply it. Look around in life and realize that no choice is neutral, and you can apply almost any true spiritual principle to almost anything in life. You know, for example, do unto others as you'd have them do unto you. Now, let's say I'm out working in the field and, I'm planting a tree for the future. Is there any relevance to that? Well, yes, there is. Because this tree may make other trees that feed future generations. I am doing unto others what I would have them do unto me, right? So everything you do or don't do or think or don't think or feel or don't think, if you're feeling negative thoughts about yourself, is that what you want to do to somebody else? You want to make them feel bad? No. So don't do it to yourself. I mean, it's just the other side of the same coin. Because we all have dysfunctional things we picked up, right? You start applying a spiritual principle and it starts correcting it. Not out of guilt, not out of fear, not out of religious flogging or any of that sick spiritual pedophile nonsense, in a healthy way. Just apply it out of love and gratitude that you even recognize what it is, and just watch how it applies to anything you do. And then because of that, you'll be honored and you'll start to recognize other spiritual principles that are true and start rewriting life. And then life starts to become more abundantly at some point within you, around you. And I can't define what that'll be, because what abundance is for you, coming from where you're coming from, going to where you're going, it can come in all these different forms, and only God knows what's best at a given time and place. But it happens. It happens. Okay? And I love you guys, and I want you to experience that for your sake and for the sake of all creation, Become the source of it. We were taught to look around for sources of things that aren't there because they've been systematically hidden and abused and erased. What does that mean? It means that we're here to become the source of it, guys. That's what we actually signed up for. And you're more than capable. Start from where you're at, though. If you're suffering from this, that, or the other, deal with it, Don't worry about fixing the world. Just start from where you're at and start healing you and what's around you, I love you all, guys. Over now for now. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the interaction. More soon.